9 women. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Alfred Gaynor. Viewer discretion is advised. Alfred lived in Springfield, Massachusetts, and he had this semblance of like a normal life. He had a job that he, went to every day. But at some point, he fell into the world of, drugs and alcohol. And in 1995, and there really is no explanation as to what triggered this for him or why he started to do this, but he would begin a career as a serial killer. Alfred had kidnapped a woman named Vera Hallams. Unfortunately, I can't find a photo of her. This was in April of 1995. He kidnapped her, he tied her up, he then sexually assaulted her, he robbed her, and then he killed her. Then a woman named Amy Smith goes missing, but then her body is eventually found. Oddly enough, it would be someone from Alfred's family who would be blamed for her murder. Alfred's nephew, Paul Flickling, and he was actually convicted of her murder. Throughout 1997, 4 more women are killed. Jill Ermelini, Robin Atkins, Joanne Thomas, and then his girlfriend, Yvette Torres. All 4 of them had been strangled to death, and all 4 of them had been robbed to some degree. In 1998, he would go on to murder 3 more women: Loretta Daniels, Rosemary Downs, and Joyce Dickerson, PA. It would be because of his final victim, Joyce, and her family as to why he finally got caught. There were a bunch of witnesses who came forward to say they saw Joyce with Alfred right before she went missing and then eventually was found murdered. Police questioned him during the time when she was missing. She hadn't been found yet, and they had believed that he may have been responsible for it, but they just couldn't pin it on him because she wasn't found. But then they found her body, and they were finally able to actually arrest him for her murder. DNA found on Joyce's body would be a match to Alfred. They were then able to link DNA or fingerprints or some sort of forensic evidence from the first 4 murders, all to Alfred. So he was charged with all of them. During the trial, one of the victim's family members tried to fight Alfred. Good. Unfortunately, he would end up being charged with some, small crimes for this. So Alfred was convicted of the first, onslaught of victims, and he was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. In 2008, he came clean and said, "I killed these 3 women as well." He also admitted to actually being the one to kill Amy Smith. So his nephew was released. He killed 9 women, and he will never breathe free air again. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Angela Bugay. Viewer discretion is advised. Angela Bugay was born on March 6, 1978, and she lived with her 3-year-old brother and her mom Susan in Antioch, California. And they lived here in these apartments. On November 19th, 1983, Angela and her 3-year-old brother were over at a neighbor's apartment. Afterwards, they go back to their apartment, but then her little brother says, "I forgot my rain boots, at the friend's place." And so she says, "Okay, I'll walk back with you to go get them." When her little brother Chris gets back to the apartment, he's by himself. Susan, their mom, says, "Where's Angela?" He says, "I don't know." Somewhere in that just couple of minutes, Angela vanished. They searched the entire apartment complex. They went to the friend's apartment. They knocked on every single door. No one had seen her. No one knew where she was. So they called police to report her missing. Police just had no luck finding any trace of her. But sadly, about a week later at the Contra Loma Reservoir, they found Angela, and she was dead. Her nude body was found in a partially dug grave with her clothing items just laying on top of her. The 5-year-old girl had been asphyxiated. So police question everybody in these apartments. Many of them take polygraph tests, but there is no evidence to link any of them to this murder. There was DNA found on her body, male bodily fluid, but in 1983, they didn't have the technology to, link that to someone. At one point, this man, Tim Binder, became a suspect. Tim had some questionable behavior. You see, he was linked to several missing young girls. The reason why is because he would help in every search for those girls, including Angela. And here's the most disturbing part. He visited Angela's grave over 90 times. A murdered young girl that he never met. So what the f is he doing visiting her grave? Police brought in scent dogs, and the other girls that had gone missing, apparently the scent dog traced the scent of those girls back to Angela's grave. And they thought, well, that's because Tim Binder, right? Well, I don't know. Tim Binder was never ever arrested in connection with any of these cases of these missing girls. In 1995, when DNA technology finally advanced, they were able to completely rule out Tim. He had no involvement in Angela's murder. And as far as I know, he has never been charged with any, crime like murder or kidnapping or anything like that. Now, though, that DNA technology had advanced enough, police decided to collect DNA samples from all of the men that they could find who either lived at those apartments or maybe were somehow involved in Angela's life. One of their initial suspects was a man named Larry Graham. He was a suspect because he was actually dating Susan, Angela's mom. He was questioned back in 1983, and I believe he took a polygraph test, but they never had any evidence to say he was the one to do it. Well, finally in 1995, they get a warrant to collect his DNA, and guess what? It's a match. The DNA found on Angela Bugay's body was his. And this is male bodily fluid. This explains why nobody heard Angela screaming because someone had took her. He lived in those apartments as well. He was not a stranger to Angela, and Angela trusted him and liked him, so she probably went with him willingly. Larry's ex-wife would tell police that he had this obsession with young girls. He had gotten in trouble for exposing himself in public. In 1981, he was accused of molesting a girl, but charges were later dropped. But in 2002, he would finally go to trial for the murder of Angela Bugay. The DNA evidence was incredibly strong. They also discovered that the alibi he tried to give back then was a complete lie. His own brother would say that they were hanging out the day of Angela's disappearance, but they had gone their separate ways, he and his brother, an hour or two before Angela was even taken. So the brother was like, he wasn't with me. So he was convicted of the murder, and he was sentenced to death. And death is exactly what he would get, except he would do it to himself. In June of 2009, Larry Graham ended his own life in his prison cell like the cowardice piece of human garbage that he is. But Larry Graham could no longer hurt any young girl ever again. And thankfully, Angela got the justice she rightfully deserved. He would be eaten alive. Hello, true crimerers. This is another Worst Animal Attacks. Viewer discretion is advised. Hyenas, oh, that's just cute. Well, they can be absolutely terrifying as well. Hyenas are very skilled hunters. They typically will hunt for food that is already dead. They do travel in packs, and they actually have one of the strongest bite forces of any animal, even stronger than some big cats like, lions and whatnot. Hyenas rarely attack humans, but it has happened. And in this instance, it happened in the Chiromanzu area of Zimbabwe in Africa. A 46-year-old man by the name of Tendai Maseka, he lived in a hut in a village in this portion of Zimbabwe. In November of 2020, he had been out at a bar and was last seen alive at around 11 p.m., leaving that bar, going back into his hut. Shortly after he would have arrived, people began to hear blood-curdling screams coming from the location of where he lived. He was screaming for help. I don't know if people went to help or not, I'm not sure. But even if they did, it would not have mattered. The following day, the 46-year-old man's body, a portion of his body, was discovered. His torso was completely gone. I believe they only found really the upper portion of his body. They had found drag marks coming from his hut into the location where he eventually was found. His home inside was splattered with blood everywhere. They determined that this was an attack done by a pack of hyenas, at least 6 of them. The blood-curdling screams that people heard were literally the hyenas biting into him and eating him while he was still alive. They clawed at him, they dug their teeth into him, they broke his bones, and dragged him away from his hut, where eventually they would just continue to eat him until he was dead, and they just essentially ate his entire torso. Hyenas were also further evident to have done this because they found hyena tracks right next to the remains. I don't know how long this man lived during this attack, but from what it sounds like, I really hope he died very quickly, because I never realized how terrifying hyenas can be. I mean, they ripped this man into pieces. I think even if people tried to go to his rescue, I think they would have been just as attacked and possibly mauled to death as well. I've read stories where they've attacked like large groups of people and none of the people came out unharmed. And this attack was seemingly unprovoked. No one really knows why they did this. I think they tried to locate the pack, but they never actually did. They would have killed him. Within minutes of this image being captured, the man in it would be dead. Hello, true crimerers. This is another Worst Animal Attacks, and this is the story of Stephen Miller. Viewer discretion is advised. Pictured here is Rocky the bear. He is a trained, I guess, stunt bear. He had been in movies. He was actually the bear in the movie Semi-Pro with Will Ferrell. Stephen, I guess, had worked at a place called Predators in Action. I don't believe Stephen was Rocky's actual trainer, but his brother was. But on April 22nd, 2008, at the Predators in Action campus, Stephen and his brother and a few others were going to be filming a promotional video that would be featuring Rocky the bear. I guess the planned footage was going to be Stephen wrestling with the bear, like play wrestling. So this is an image of basically the beginning of the, movie or whatever they were filming. This is the beginning of it. Rocky goes in to lick Stephen's face, which he does. But then literally just moments after this image, Rocky bites directly into Stephen's neck. I can't show him, obviously, but Rocky basically grabbed hold and ripped his jugular, and he also bit into the carotid artery. There were like visitors or tourists or something walking around the place, and they said they could hear the most god-awful cry for help and scream. And they didn't realize it was coming from Stephen because they didn't know what was going on. But Rocky had just basically taken a chunk out of Stephen's neck. He ripped out his jugular vein, pretty much. The coroner would state that Stephen was alive for probably at least a minute or two during this. So for him, for those moments, it was pure agonizing hell. I can't even imagine how that feels, and I don't want to know how it feels, but that just has to be so terrifying to experience. And I say again, this is why we don't do these things. Can we just let animals be animals? There was an investigation, and they were determining whether or not they needed to euthanize Rocky the bear. Thankfully, some animal groups came in and convinced them to not euthanize Rocky because this was literally just an accident. Something momentarily startled Rocky to the point where he bit Stephen. So thankfully, Rocky's life was spared. He had to live under basically stricter rules with limited access to other people. Just give him back to where he belongs. Maybe that's the best thing to do. My heart breaks for Stephen. I mean, that was hell. But can we just stop this? Walruses may be the Wilford Brimleys of the animal kingdom, but they can still be deadly. Hello, true crimerers. This is another Worst Animal Attacks. Viewer discretion is advised. This particular story happened in China at the Yashenko Wildlife Zoo. This is their walrus enclosure, and there really are no barriers to separate you from the animals. in terms of like protection. Walruses aren't exactly known for just like murdering people, but you gotta be safe still. Well, one man decided he wanted to take a selfie with a walrus, and that's what he did. He took this image. This particular walrus had never done anything violent before, never done anything hostile. But all of a sudden, after this man got up and close with this walrus and taking a photo, the walrus grabbed a hold of the man, and what they said is they hugged him, and then the walrus dragged him into the water. The walrus brought him underwater, and he drowned him. The man died. And then the walrus's trainer was like, at that point, trying to dive in, trying to rescue the man. But then the walrus, they think that the trainer was trying to play. And so the walrus hugged the trainer and brought him underwater. And then the trainer drowned. So the walrus killed 2 men in a matter of minutes. The trainer had been this walrus's trainer for 10 years. The zoo understandably received a bunch of criticism with regards to the fact that they had no barriers to separate people from the animals, and people were able to do this. So the zoo took responsibility for these 2 deaths. And from what I understand, they awarded the family of the tourist about $140,000 or so, or 140,000 equivalent dollars to the US. However, it's not known if the zookeeper's family received any compensation and how much it would have been. To my knowledge, the walrus wasn't, euthanized. And it genuinely looked as if the walrus was playfully hugging the men, something that it knew how to do. That this wasn't some sort of like territorial attack. The walrus thought he was playing. He didn't know that he was actually killing these men. So I don't think they killed the walrus, and I hope they didn't. This was just a really unfortunate situation. And it just goes to show you the unpredictability of when you have animals in captivity. Maybe let's not do that. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Barbara Purcell. Viewer discretion is advised. Barbara was born in 1955. She was described as an immensely caring person. She was incredibly kind, which made her work very easy because she was an occupational therapist. Now, at one point, she was living in Oklahoma, and this is before she became an occupational therapist. She was working at a restaurant, and she met this man, Willard Purcell. He would frequent the restaurant she worked at, and they hit it off, and they became a couple. They would get married, and eventually they would move to Rockford, Illinois. So that's when she gained employment as an occupational therapist at the Rockford Memorial Hospital. On June 6, 2001, Barbara failed to show up to work, which was very unlike her. Her coworkers would try to give her a call, but she didn't answer. After many failed attempts, they would contact police to see if they could do a welfare check. When police arrived at her home, at first they didn't notice anything unusual. But as they peered into a window, they saw what looked like a leg or a foot at the bottom of a staircase. When they went around the corner, they noticed that the basement door was open and the window was broken. So police enter the home, and that's when they find the body of 46-year-old Barbara Purcell. The coroner would state that she died from multiple blunt force trauma injuries. She had been struck by something, and it was not a fall down a staircase that killed her. The very first suspect they had was Will Purcell. The reason why is because Barbara had a restraining order against him. Why is that? Because on May 31st, 2001, he took a taser to her. He accused her of cheating on him because she was talking to someone on her phone, which turned out to be her son. So he became abusive towards her, and then he attacked her with a taser or stun gun. So he was arrested, which eventually he would be let out on bond, but he was ordered to not go anywhere near the home. Police would find him driving around in his truck the same day, later that afternoon. Witnesses said they saw his truck at the house on the day that she would have been killed. And he admitted that he had been driving past the house a couple of times, claiming to check on the lawn if it needs to be mowed. Then he says that on June 5th, 2001, the day before she's found, he goes to the house, even though he's not supposed to. And he says Barbara invites him in. And then he says she attacked him with a flashlight. But then he grabbed the flashlight from her, he struck her a few times over the head, but then he left the house and she was still alive. But obviously that was bullshit, because she was dead. His first wife, Crystal, also died falling downstairs, but it was ruled an accident. He would be convicted of Barbara's murder and got life, and then he died in prison. An unknown man knocks on their door, and one of them ends up dead. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Betty Jane McClellan. Viewer discretion is advised. Betty was born on June 23rd, 1938. She was one of 3 kids. Later on in life, she would have 4 wonderful children of her own. Betty was a former deaconess, a Sunday school teacher, a choir member. She was also a former member of the volunteer fire department, and that was in Graysville, Pennsylvania. I can't find a confirmed photo of him, but Betty would eventually marry a man named Jacob McClellan. And from what I have read, the family really wasn't too fond of Jake. There were beliefs that he was potentially abusive physically and verbally to Betty. They kind of believed that trouble would be inevitable in their home, because Jake was a junkyard dealer and he dealt only in cash, and he seemed to always have a bunch of cash in the house, as well as a massive amount of guns. And to Betty's family, it just seemed like a recipe for disaster. This is the property that Betty and Jake lived on, and again, this is in Graysville, Pennsylvania. At 9:50 p.m. on March 22nd, 2009, a knock came to their door. An unidentified man is there at their door. He tells Jake, "I'm having some car trouble. Can you please come help me?" Jake doesn't know who this guy is. Jake turns around to grab his jacket, and then the man pushes Jake inside the house. He then begins screaming, "Give me all the money, give me all the guns." According to Jake, he and this unknown man struggled. And then Jake was shot twice. Once through his cheek and once through his neck. Jake, in a panic, says he runs out of the house and hides. He hears Betty screaming because this man is basically dragging Betty to the back room. Jake then hears another gunshot. As Jake is hiding, he sees a white van very slowly creeping up and down the road. A very short time later, the unknown man runs out of the house and goes to the van. Jake says he sees the person talking to the guy in the van for about 10 seconds. He then gets in and then the van speeds away. Sadly, in the house, Betty had been shot dead. When police did their investigation, they realized that none of the guns were missing, and they also couldn't really tell how much cash was missing. Betty's family said, well, Betty had a little lockbox with like $10,000 in it, and now suddenly it's missing. But Jake says, I don't even know what they're talking about, there was no lockbox. Jake collected a life insurance policy shortly after Betty's murder. Jake shortly moved in with another woman that he had already been seeing before Betty's death. Well, he moved in with that woman just shortly after the murder. To Betty's family, Jake seemed like he was maybe not telling the truth. Police really don't get much evidence at all from the house, like no fingerprints or any kind of forensic evidence, not really. Betty's family did also find it interesting that this intruder specifically asked for the guns, almost as if they knew ahead of time that Jake had guns. It's also interesting that their property is in a very rural area. It's not like they were like going around the neighborhood and just picked a random house. This is very secluded. But at any rate, they made note that how come none of the guns were actually taken? And how come no one can seem to really figure out how much money, if anything, was stolen? Here's the thing though, there was a witness who saw exactly what Jake said happened. There was a witness because basically Jake would go out to the road and he flagged down a car to help. The driver of that car had literally just seen this white van that basically cut him off in the road in the neighborhood. And it was the identical description of a van that Jake described. And this person was driving recklessly, so it's true. The other thing is Jake had a gunshot wound through his cheek and one through his neck. He almost died. He was rushed to the hospital and he was close to death. Don't know why anyone would risk that. For what reason? I guess the insurance policy maybe. But usually when they do this, they like graze their shoulder or their arm or their leg or something. They don't shoot themselves through their neck and their cheek. Jake, it sounds like, is not the most wonderful person, but that doesn't also mean that they are a murderer. Could he have orchestrated this? Sure. But again, I don't know why he would have them shoot him twice in very vital places that could kill a person. Honestly, his story does sound true, that Betty was killed by a random home invader. But who is that man? By the way, this is not an image of an actual person, but this unknown intruder got away with it. Well, police found out that just a few months before Betty's murder, another very similar murder took place, just like 10-15 miles away. Another junkyard owner who dealt in cash was shot and killed in his property. And when they figured out the ammunition from that one, it was similar to the ammunition used to kill Betty, but it wasn't like a match, like the same gun fired it, but it was the same caliber. Betty, pictured here with her family. Her unfortunate murder has gone unsolved. The police don't believe that Jake actually had involvement. It sounds like the family thinks he may be involved in some way, shape, or form, which is certainly possible. But if you have any information about the murder of Betty McClellan, please contact the detectives at 724-223-5200. You can report your tips anonymously. It was just a normal day at the bank, and then gunshots. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of the Blue Ridge Savings Bank murders. Viewer discretion is advised. The Blue Ridge Savings Bank was located in Greer, South Carolina, and it was located off of Highway 14 near Interstate 85. And the bank was actually a trailer. It was May 16th, 2003. 56-year-old Sylvia Holtzclaw was the teller there at the bank that day. Apparently, she was working alone inside the bank, which, coming from someone who used to work at a bank, that's just such an unusual thing to hear. But she had opened the bank that morning and she was supposed to have the rest of the afternoon off, but the person who was supposed to be closing called off. Shortly before 1:30 p.m., a married couple walked into the bank to, move money into their IRA. The couple was 61-year-old Eb Barnes and 58-year-old Maggie Barnes. At exactly 1:30 p.m., so literally just a minute or two after the couple walked in, Sylvia pressed the silent alarm to alert the police, typically reserved to alert police of the bank robber. Within 3 or 4 minutes of them pressing the silent alarm, police arrive, but sadly, Eb and Margaret Barnes and Sylvia Holtzclaw had all been shot dead. They had been huddled together in the back room. They were able to confirm that money was stolen from the bank. I just don't think they've announced how much. A couple witnesses would come forward to state that sometime at about 1:25 p.m., they saw a man who looked like this standing outside the bank. He was about 5'6" to 5'8", approximately 230 pounds, between the ages of 50 and 55, and he had short brown or blonde hair. However, they can't confirm if this was the guy who actually entered the bank and pulled the trigger. They did reveal some CCTV footage from another business nearby. The timestamp is not correct, but at 1:24 p.m. they see a red car, that one right there. Well, it was going the other direction, and then at 1:33 p.m. it was speeding away the direction you just saw it go. And this is from a business just down the road. They think this may be the suspect just based on the timing, because at 1:24 p.m. it was seen driving towards the bank. Then at about a minute or two later, a witness sees this man outside the bank, and then literally within minutes of the robbery and shooting happens, the same car is then speeding away. What complicates matters is a man named Emerson Wright. He was considered a suspect in this because he had recently stolen a vehicle, a red Oldsmobile Alero. It would have looked just like this. He had robbery convictions. The same ammunition he used in those robberies was the same type of ammunition used in these murders. However, he does not resemble this man whatsoever. This is the man who was literally seen outside the bank just before the murders. At the very least, he's a key witness. Emerson Wright died in 2005 by ending his own life during a police pursuit for a completely unrelated crime. He was never arrested, he was never questioned, anything to do with the bank murders. It sounds more like whoever this man is probably their suspect, and the red car thing is just a crazy coincidence. Nor can they confirm the red car they see driving away is the same car that Emerson had stolen, nor can they tell if it really truly is a car involved in this robbery and homicide. At one point, police tried to connect the bank murders to the Superbike Motorsports murders that eventually a man named Todd Colehep would confess to doing. After he confessed to doing these murders, they interviewed him about the bank murders, and he denied having any involvement. And they never found evidence to show he was involved in the bank murders at all. And so it sounds like he was basically ruled out. It's been roughly 20 years since the triple homicide, and police are no closer to having any arrests made. Certainly someone somewhere out there knows the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. If you do have information, you can contact the number 23-CRIME, and you can always remain anonymous. The image you see behind me is that of an unknown man who is just minutes away from committing a murder. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Bryan Foguth. Viewer discretion is advised. Bryan was born on May 20th, 1971, and at the time of this case, he's 23 years old and he is living in Brimfield, Ohio. On the night of November 28th, 1994, Bryan was working the late shift at the Duke and Duchess convenience store. This particular night, Bryan wasn't actually scheduled, but someone else needed to swap a shift with him, and so he covered that shift, so he wasn't even supposed to be there that night. Surveillance video would show him doing his job throughout the night. You can see here at 1:57 a.m., he is just behind the counter. Within a minute or two, he is then seen mopping the floor. 4 minutes after that image, this man walks into the convenience store. He is wearing a mask and he has a bag in one hand and a gun in the other. Within that 2:02 time, he then takes the gun, points it at Bryan, and forces him to the back. Apparently, it catches Bryan with his hands up, and he is doing what the guy says. They then go back to the office. Then at 2:03 a.m., the two men are out of the office, and Bryan is behind the counter. He is filling up a bag with money from the tills, and in some kind of creepy imagery here, you can see the masked man. He is crouching down behind the counter, thinking that this will get him out of the range of the camera. And then the next image, you just see Bryan finishing up, filling up the bag with all the cash. Then the CCTV, which I don't have images of, but it shows the masked man putting the gun to Bryan and making him go back to the office again. By the way, these are the actual images. And this is the actual office where Bryan was later found. This is one of the detectives on the case. What they believe happened, because they don't know for sure, is that they went back to the office. They probably argued over the fact that there wasn't a safe back there. Now, the robber did not know that Bryan had already pressed the silent alarm button near the register. At 2:04 a.m., another customer pulls up to the gas pumps, which automatically triggers an alarm inside the office to notify that there's someone there. What they believe happened is that when the alarm went off, the robber probably thought, oh, this is an alarm for the police to come. And so they think a struggle must have taken place between the robber and Bryan. A shot was fired, and Bryan was killed. Literally within seconds of the robber fleeing the property, police arrive for the silent alarm. This all happens in a matter of like 3 to 4 minutes. But the masked man has never been identified. Police found 2 different bloodstains. One of the bloodstains they would later identify as belonging to Bryan Foguth. The other must have belonged to the killer. So there must have been a fight that broke out inside that office. However, that blood has never matched or linked to anyone. And now police just want to know, still, who is this man? They think he may have some sort of issue with his back because I guess they noticed a lump on his back. He may have possibly been hiding a ponytail. I don't personally see it, but they do. They believe he's a white male between 18 and 35. At least back in 1994, and he's approximately 5'9". If you have any information about the identity of Bryan Foguth's killer, please contact the Brimfield, Ohio Police Department, and you can always report your information anonymously. Bryan and his family deserve justice. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Bryan and Michelle Glasz. Viewer discretion is advised. 51-year-old Bryan and 54-year-old Michelle Glasz lived here in this home in DeWitt, Iowa, and they had a son named Gavin. Apparently for quite some time, Gavin was considered a really good kid, but then by the time this case happens, he's someone who's always getting into trouble at school. His behavior seemed to be just getting worse and more worrisome. He was making Facebook posts that would probably be a red flag to most people. And then one night he allegedly told his friend that his mom and dad just needed to be with his grandpa. His grandpa was dead. He said to his friend that my parents need to be off this earth. And then on June 13th, 2017, police were asked to do a welfare check at the Glasz residence. Bryan didn't show up for work that day, and that was extremely unusual. He would always call, at least, but he didn't. And also, nobody had heard from Michelle either. So apparently it took police roughly an hour or so to make entry into the house after knocking on the doors, the windows, etc. They were able to climb in through a back window that was unlocked. And when they got inside, they found 2 bodies. Both bodies had been individually wrapped up in blankets. The bodies were identified as Michelle and Bryan Glasz. Both of them had what they described as sharp force injuries, and they were both strangled. They also had blunt force trauma to their heads. As police are basically investigating this crime scene, in walks 18-year-old Gavin Glasz. His hands had been injured, which he then told police, "Oh, that was barbed wire, I cut my hand." He said, "I haven't even seen my mom in like 4 days. I haven't seen my dad in a couple of days." Right. They found $800 worth of cash in his pockets, which had blood on it. There were cameras on the property, and so police got a warrant to search the images on those cameras. On the morning of June 13th, 2017, the cameras picked up Gavin Glasz going in and out of the house. And they could tell that on his clothing in these images, there was blood on his clothes. That's when police found out that literally the night prior to this, he had told his friends that basically his parents don't need to be alive anymore. So Gavin Glasz was arrested and charged with 2 counts of homicide. However, in August of 2017, he took the coward's way out. Gavin Glasz was found dead in a common room area in his jail. He used a makeshift rope and he hanged himself. And so he will never have to face justice for the horrific things he did to his parents. Allegedly, because he never actually went to trial. But it's pretty clear that he was the one responsible for this. With Gavin dead, the courts dismissed the case completely. Why he did it? We will never know the exact truth. A human foot would wash up on shore, but how that came to be is still a mystery. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Bryan Nisenfeld. Viewer discretion is advised. Bryan Dylan Nisenfeld. He was born on June 8th, 1978 in Philadelphia. I believe that Bryan was one of 2 children. He was described as just being kind of a really quiet kid growing up. He didn't really have a lot of friends. He was also really intelligent and very, artistic. He loved poetry. He was one of those, old school type of people who would just, go sit under a tree, put on some headphones, listen to music, maybe go sit by the lake and read a book. It was January of 1997, and Bryan was attending Roger Williams University, which is located in Rhode Island. And I guess he was studying architecture. So this is now starting his 2nd semester, and he's basically telling his parents, he's like, I don't know if this is for me. The whole architecture thing. He just didn't seem like this was going to be what I wanted to do. So, Bryan would go to his parents and say, listen, I'm thinking of just dropping out. But then his parents would kind of go out to Rhode Island, they would sit down, they would have a conversation with him and say, hey, listen, maybe let's try switching over to maybe an English major. And so they were able to basically convince him, okay, I'll try sticking around. And then he seemed to get better. On January 31st, 1997, at approximately midnight, Bryan Nisenfeld received what he described as a very threatening phone call. This person, who was a guy, basically said, I could get you whenever I wanted to, that I can come back to campus whenever I wanted. This freaked Bryan out, obviously, so he calls his dad within minutes, and then the dad says, okay, contact campus security and tell them about this. Fast forward to February 6, 1997, it was the middle of the afternoon. Bryan had attended his classes at Roger Williams University. He then left his classes and then was never seen again. Unbelievably, his parents were not notified by the school for 6 days that he was missing. They weren't told until February 12th. So Bryan's dad goes to the school. He enters his, Bryan's dorm room, and his room appears to look like Bryan fully intended on coming back. All of his stuff was there. It looked like he was just sort of in the middle of doing something and then just took a break to maybe take a walk. Bryan's mom, Mary Ann, gets a phone call from a mysterious woman who claims to be associated with Roger Williams University. This unknown woman told Mary Ann the school's faculty and administration are not telling you everything. They're withholding information from you. And then they just hung up on her. So obviously that's really bizarre and crazy. The school denies having any involvement with whoever this woman was. Bryan's dad finds out that when the report was made about the threatening phone calls that Bryan was getting, when that report was made to security on campus, the security people didn't actually ever schedule any meeting to talk with Bryan to file any kind of official reports. Instead, the security team sent another student to Bryan and told him, just change your phone number. That was the extent of how they handled the threatening phone calls. As to why the university didn't tell the parents for 6 days, their explanation was, quote, "It's not necessarily uncommon to find out that students are gone for several days, and in many instances, the students do not want their parents to know where they are," end quote. Sure, maybe for like a day, but 6 days? The school just seemed to have no real interest in helping the family. There is a missing 18-year-old kid that went missing off of their campus, and they just seem very flippant about it. Stephen is like pressuring campus people, he's pressuring police, like, we need your help, we need to find where our kid is. So one of the officers would tell, I guess, a newspaper with regards to the father, quote, "I don't know what Mr. Nisenfeld expects from me. I'm doing the best I can. This is the most irrational person I have ever met." The father of a missing 18-year-old child he described as being irrational. And then in August of 1997, there was, I think, a mother and daughter walking on Hog Island, which is across from Bristol, when on one of the shores they find a shoe. This is a recreation. This is not the actual thing. In that shoe is a human foot, and then nearby it is a shin bone. Police collect it, they take DNA, and it's confirmed to be a match to that of 18-year-old Bryan Nisenfeld. Those are the only remains of him they have ever found. They do not know how he died, they just know that he is dead. The people on campus and the police were really trying to push this agenda that he probably just jumped off the nearby bridge. He was having a rough time at school. He was so unsure about his future, and he got depressed, and so he jumped off the bridge. But the problem is they found absolutely no evidence to support that claim. His dorm room basically looks as if, yeah, I'm coming right back. Police also suggested he just fell. He fell somewhere. Sure, that is possible. And him ending his own life is also possible. But they don't seem to care to investigate it. And they are really pushing aside the threatening phone calls he got. Campus security was like, it's just pranks, campus pranks. But Bryan's parents just weren't buying that. They felt, because Bryan seemed very scared about these phone calls. His dad talked to him and his mom talked to him after another phone call, and he was like panicked. He was really freaked out. And that's when the student who was making those phone calls finally came forward. His name was Josh Cohen. I don't have a photo of him. Allegedly, he was a former student there at Roger Williams University, and he was apparently very close with Bryan Nisenfeld. For whatever reason, he was no longer at the school. This is where it gets kind of unknown. There were people on campus who felt that there were homosexual undertones to the relationship between Bryan and Josh. No one could say that they were actually like a gay couple, just that they appeared to have that kind of vibe. You know, his mom would say that maybe Bryan, it sounded like he was kind of figuring out his sexuality. But for whatever reason, Bryan and Josh had this big falling out. Josh then makes these phone calls. He then admits later on he made the phone calls. He said it was a joke. He said he and Bryan did it all the time. Bullshit, because Bryan reported this to security and both of his parents, that some mysterious person was calling him and threatening him, and he was very concerned. So that's a lie. There were rumors that Bryan had argued with a student about how they had a falling out and that there was a betrayal. Some people speculate that Bryan was maybe going to kind of out this relationship, and maybe that's what led Josh to threaten him, and then did that lead to possibly a murder. It's all just theory and speculation. The Attorney General a couple of years later would basically order the state police in Rhode Island to really kind of dig into this case and investigate it further. But it doesn't appear that they've done a damn thing about it. The school is very just nonchalant about it. The police are like, listen, it's a lot of work. All we have is a foot. So we're just going to move on. That's the vibe from them. Bryan Nisenfeld may have ended his own life. He may have accidentally died, or he may have been murdered. It sounds like the powers that be seemed to want to just believe the first two options and not really do much about that third option. But he is owed that. If you have any information about the mysterious death of 18-year-old Bryan Nisenfeld, please call 401-444-1000 or 401-253-6900. Help this family any way you can. He had an obsession with killing people at random, and so he would act on it. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of the Bunker murders. Viewer discretion is advised. Bodhisattva Natasha Potter, who would go by Bodhi to everyone, she was born on July 19th, 1991. Bodhi was described as outgoing. She was a fighter, an underdog, and it's said that she could lift the spirits of anyone, and it didn't really take much effort for her to do so. She was really close with her mom. Some people said that Bodhi was basically like her mom's shadow. Bodhi had attended, the Academy of Excellence, which is located, near Apple Valley, California. And it's there that she met Christopher Cody Thompson. He was born on February 10th, 1989. And he had two older sisters, and I guess they are the ones who actually chose his name when he was born. Cody was described as like a spastic young man, and he just really enjoyed being outside. He enjoyed bike riding. He always was climbing things, and he was also very musically gifted. He especially loved playing guitar. Then he met Bodhi. The two hit it off, and they became boyfriend and girlfriend. Bodhi was really into architecture and like older buildings, and she became fascinated with like the abandoned Air Force or military bunkers. And near Helendale, California, was the old Haas radio relay facility that had long been abandoned. The radio tower had been destroyed, and Bodhi was just really fascinated with it. Well, one night there was like a party actually being held in one of these bunkers. And so Bodhi and Cody were invited. This party had about 30 to 40 or so people there, and everyone kind of pretty much knew everyone else, and they were all having a good time. When all of a sudden, 3 teenage boys showed up that really no one knew, but they asked if they could join the party, and everyone was like, sure, okay. So the party was started the night of January 4th, 2008, and then by the early morning hours of January 5th, 2008, most of the people had dispersed and gone home. Bodhi and Cody decided they were going to stay on the site in their car and sleep there overnight. Everybody saw them going into the car and getting ready to go to bed. But then, the following morning, their vehicle is still there, but they aren't inside. That's because they were now inside the bunker, and both of them were dead. They had both been shot, apparently execution style. 5 total shots entered between them. All of the gunshots entered either their head or their back. So immediately, police, of course, began to question everyone who was at that party, and pretty much everyone was very cooperative. And most of them described these 3 teenage boys who showed up out of the blue who weren't invited. But thanks to basically all of Cody and Bodhi's friends, the police were able to ascertain, finally, the identities of those 3 men. 18-year-old Colin Lee McLaughlin, 19-year-old David Bryan Smith, and 16-year-old Cameron James Thompson. After doing some digging into these young men, they discovered that Colin especially was a bit of a troublesome young man. And they had found out that he had this desire to basically commit a random murder, or a series of random murders. He wanted to commit what he would call the perfect murder. So it was he, Colin, who orchestrated this double homicide. The three of them found out about this party at the bunker. They arrived there unannounced and uninvited. Colin ordered the youngest, Cameron, to stay outside as a lookout, while Colin and David approached the vehicle in which Bodie and Cody were now sleeping in, because this is now after the party. They banged on the window and basically held up a gun and demanded they get out. They then escorted the couple into the bunkers, where they made them get on their knees and they just shot them execution style. And again, this was just because they wanted to. They didn't know Cody and Bodie. They didn't know really anyone at that party, not very well at least. This was random. They just felt like doing this, especially Colin. So Colin and David were both charged with multiple counts of first-degree murder, kidnapping, robbery, because they had also stolen some of their belongings. Cameron basically agreed to, I guess, testify against the other two, and since he was the lookout and wasn't, I guess, actively participating in the physical murder, I mean, he was charged with lesser charges. Colin ends up taking a plea deal in exchange for not getting the death sentence, and instead he is sentenced to life in prison without parole. David Smith initially said he was going to plead not guilty, but then he changed his mind and ended up pleading guilty. And they ended up taking like 8 charges away, but he was, still charged with 2 counts of murder. He claimed he never fired a bullet, but that he was right there when it happened. But police believe he at least fired 1 shot. But he was sentenced to 50 years to life, and he could first ask for parole after 16 years. Cameron Thompson, the youngest of the 3 who was the lookout, he testified against the other 2, and he would end up being sentenced to 15 years to life. 2 people gone forever, simply because they were in the wrong place at the wrong time, because, in particular, one person just wanted to kill someone. What kind of person just hits someone with their car and then just keeps on going? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Carl Evan Yancey. Viewer discretion is advised. Carl was born on October 2nd, 1982 in Cambridge, Massachusetts. Eventually, Carl would go on to graduate from Brockton High School. Then he went to Bridgewater State University, and he got his Bachelor of Arts degree from there. Carl would do work as a youth advocate. He would donate his time to homeless shelters. He was incredibly compassionate, and people would refer to him as a gentle giant. He was also pretty funny. He actually did some stand-up as well. He was just someone who genuinely cared about others and was always helping out his friends and family whenever they needed it. When Carl was 16, he actually got a job at Shaw's Supermarket, and he liked it so much that he stayed there, unfortunately, until the end of his life, which takes us to September 28th, 2014. Carl had just finished a closing shift at Shaw's, which was located on Belmont and West Street. And then after he got off of work, he would cross the street to the 7-Eleven. He was there for, I believe, a few minutes, and then he was crossing the street back towards Shaw's, when at 9:22 p.m., while he was in the middle of the street crossing it, a vehicle struck him at full speed, and it did not stop. The vehicle just kept going. This is actual surveillance video of just literally the next moment after he is struck. And so this right here is the car. Police believe it is a silver or gray minivan, but the make or model, I'm not sure. I don't think they know. Obviously, it would probably have some front end damage to it since they hit Carl pretty hard. However, the vehicle has never been identified, and the driver of that vehicle has never been identified. Carl, the 31-year-old who was just about to turn 32, was unfortunately pronounced dead. And they have been wondering ever since who was behind the wheel of that van. Who killed Carl? A coward killed Carl because they didn't stop. There was no indication that the person even slowed down. They just hit him at full speed and continued to go at that speed. That makes that person a cold-blooded murderer, a monster. You took a life, the life of a really good guy, a guy who did not deserve what you did to him. but somebody knows who it is. Maybe somebody recognized someone who had a silver or gray minivan that suddenly had some large damage on the front. Maybe you were suspicious. Maybe you're afraid to come forward. Well, you can always report information anonymously. Carl deserves justice. So does his family. If you have information, please call 508-894-2600. You know, if you don't want someone to testify against you, I don't know why a person would think that murder is the best option. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Charles Devetsco. Viewer discretion is advised. Unfortunately, I really don't know anything about Charles. All I do know is that on October 13th, 1980, 2 officers near Harrisburg, Pennsylvania, saw a 1967 Ford van pulled off to the side of the road near a wooded area. There was nobody in the van, when suddenly they heard the rustling sound of bushes in the nearby wooded area. So the officers drew their weapons and asked whoever it was to come out. And a man, a tall, lanky man holding a gun, stood up. That man was Keith Zettelmoyer. He had a gun in one hand and a flashlight in the other, and he said he was hunting rats. But the police officers were like, bullshit. So they basically had to put his hands up and made him walk away as they then examined the bushes. That is when they discovered the body of 29-year-old Charles Devetsco. He had been shot 4 times. They determined that he was actually shot twice while in the van and then 2 more times out in the woods. He was shot with a .357 caliber weapon, which is the exact same weapon that the other man was holding. So Keith Zettelmoyer is arrested and he is charged with murder. And police uncover basically the reason why this happened. Back in May of 1980, Keith, along with one of his friends, would commit a robbery. They tied up a security guard at a local Radio Shack, stole some items and a whole bunch of cash. Keith Zettelmoyer, he talked about the heist with his friend, Charles Devetsco. Yeah, they were friends. Charles immediately went to police. And so Charles was actually then set to testify against Keith Zettelmoyer with regards to the robbery. And then he ends up dead. Keith Zettelmoyer goes to trial for the murder and he is pretty quickly convicted. I just don't understand that if these people who don't want someone to testify against them, how do they not realize they're going to be the first suspect if that person ends up murdered? Like, really? And you know what? Keith Zettelmoyer would have spent probably a small amount of time in prison for the robbery. But now, when he was convicted, he was sentenced to death. The victim's mom would actually plead that they didn't execute him, but he was pleading to be executed. He said his life had become hell. So on May 2nd, 1995, Keith Zettelmoyer was strapped down to the table and he was executed by lethal injection. One Halloween night, a woman was found murdered inside of her own vehicle, and to this day, police are still wondering who was responsible. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Cherilyn Hawkley. Viewer discretion is advised. Cherilyn Hawkley was born on March 19th, 1954. Later on in life, she would get married and end up having 3 kids, 2 daughters and a son, and then she was divorced after about 15 years of marriage. Her children would say that she was just the best mom. She would always have fun with them. She was sweet, she was kind, and her students loved her too because she was a teacher. Her students said that she had this magical gift, that she could bring out the artist in any student. She was just such an encouraging teacher. But sadly, her life would soon be taken by someone unknown. Cherilyn was a teacher here at Eureka Elementary School. On the afternoon of October 29th, 1993, the school was hosting some Halloween festivities for the kids, and these little festivities went on until about 4 p.m. or so. At approximately 4:30 p.m., her fellow colleagues would see her in the school helping clean up after, the party. She then left in her minivan, and then she was never seen again. Cherilyn had a boyfriend at the time, and when she didn't come home that night, he reported her missing. And for the first couple of days, they couldn't find her. They don't know where she went. But then, on Halloween night, about a mile, maybe 2 miles away from the elementary school she worked at, her Dodge Caravan was found. And it was found kind of tucked away, you can see it right there, in these trees. When police approached the van, they noticed that Cherilyn was in the back seat, and she was deceased. Cherilyn had been strangled, and they determined that she was likely strangled with a rope or some kind of cord. The coroner could not determine if she was sexually assaulted or not. And unfortunately, her van didn't really yield much evidence. There was fingerprints in the car that did not belong to her or any of her kids, but those fingerprints have never matched anyone. They did interview the boyfriend, and they also interviewed her ex-husband, and from what I understand, they were able to clear both men from having any involvement in this. Police believe that this was done by someone who probably knew her, and they've even said that they think they've probably interviewed the killer. They just don't know who it is. Because to this very day, it's still unsolved. There were, I guess, rumors that there was a strange man who was seen on the school grounds the same day she would have disappeared, but nobody knows who that is, or if that person has anything to do with anything. And they are just still stuck on who did this and why. Nothing was stolen. If you have any information, please call 530-889-7853. It happened in just 15 minutes, and she was gone forever. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Diane Suzuki. Viewer discretion is advised. Diane Suzuki was born on May 14th, 1966, and at the time of this case, she is living near Honolulu, Hawaii. Diane grew up in a pretty large family. She was one of 5 total children, all of them girls. By the time she's 19 years old, it's 1985, and she is attending the University of Hawaii, Manoa. She was really hoping to one day become a journalist. Diane would also teach dance to children here in this building. It was, at the time, the Rosalie Woodson Dance Academy. And I guess this is in the area of Aiea. It was July 6, 1985. Diane was here at the Dance Academy, and her class ended at exactly 3 p.m. Now, that particular day, her friends were actually going to be picking her up, and they were going to be going to a different destination to hang out. And Diane was just going to leave her car here at the Dance Academy. Now, her friends had already been parked out front waiting for her, but by 3:15, she still hadn't come out to the car. They could see that her car was still in the parking lot. So by that 3:15 time, they go inside and she's nowhere to be found. But they notice that Diane's purse, her keys, her wallet, all of her belongings are still in the Dance Academy. So the friends contact Diane's parents, and Diane's parents rush to the Dance Academy. When they arrive, they just so happen to notice that there are 3 people carrying this big, large trunk out of the back of the building and then loading it into a car. They would soon find out that one of those individuals was a man named Dewey Hamasaki. The other 2 people with him carrying that trunk were his parents. Dewey Hamasaki worked as a photographer at the dance studio. Dewey was also known to have a crush on Diane, but it does seem that that crush was not returned back to him. So the police are contacted, and she is officially reported as missing. They don't know if Dewey Hamasaki had anything to do with anything. The parents thought it was strange that they were carrying out this large trunk. The thing that police and other people were pretty quick to notice, however, on Dewey Hamasaki was that he had scratches everywhere. They looked like fresh scratches on his body. And he was admittedly in the building that very day, that afternoon. As a matter of fact, the last 2 people that were believed to be in that building were Diane and Dewey. Everyone left the building right around 3 p.m. when dance class was over. And then by 3:15, her friends had gone inside looking for her, and she was already gone. So what happened in that 15-minute window of time? The police asked Dewey to take a lie detector test, and he failed badly, apparently. But this wasn't evidence that would help them determine what happened to her or if he even had anything to do with her disappearance. So all they could really do was just say, hey, we got our eye on you, but they had to let him go. About a year or so after her disappearance, police would finally be able to use a new substance to them at the time called luminol, something we all know nowadays. they would spray the bathroom of the dance studio down. This is because some of the witnesses would report seeing Diane leaving the classroom and going upstairs to the bathroom, on the day of her disappearance. When they sprayed the floor in front of one of the toilets, it lit up, as they say on the crime shows, like a Christmas tree. It showed that there was a lot of blood at one point was present in that bathroom. But when people checked the bathroom the day of the disappearance, there wasn't blood all over the floor. So either this is a really, really old stain, or the person cleaned it up immediately. Police would then get a warrant to search the Hamasaki residence where Dewey and his parents lived. They checked in this big field behind their house, but they found nothing. They had also searched the land around the dance studio. They found nothing. There was even a point where police speculated that maybe she was a victim to the Honolulu Strangler, a case I've covered on here before. She did technically fit his type, but all of these victims had been found, and Diane was still missing. It does sound like there is belief that the Hamasakis, in particular Dewey, probably had something to do with her disappearance, and that the parents may have helped him clean up afterwards, which is what Diane's parents probably saw when they carried out that big trunk to their car. He maybe made passes at her that afternoon and she denied him, and that just finally pissed him off. Maybe he reacted and did something he didn't plan to do, but it just happened. So he immediately had to go into cleanup mode. But there was no physical evidence to ever connect anyone in the Hamasaki family to Diane's disappearance and probable murder. They do believe that this is now a murder investigation, not so much a missing person investigation, but they have no evidence. And despite searching all over, they've never found any sign of her. I did see one source that said they found women's clothing on the Hamasaki property that was buried that may have fit Diane, but it wasn't the clothing she was wearing that day. I don't know if she had packed other clothing that day, but it could have been anyone's clothes. Someone somewhere out there knows the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have information, please call 808-529-3394. Do you recognize this man? There's a good chance he's a killer. Hello, true crimerers. This is another still unsolved mysteries. Sorry. And this is the case of Donald Smith. Viewer discretion is advised. Donald Don Smith was born on October 28th, 1931, and that was in Monterey Park, California. He would later go on to marry, and they had a daughter together. But Don's drinking problem would lead eventually to them divorcing, and he never really got to see his daughter at all growing up. However, after his ex-wife unfortunately passed away, he was able to reunite with his daughter, Brenda, who is now a mother herself. She said the two of them had a really great relationship after they reunited, but she would also say that his drinking was still a problem. But when he wasn't drinking, he was this loving, amazing grandpa, and he was an awesome dad. But sadly, alcohol pretty much always seemed to win over with Don. At the time of this case, Don was living in Hemet, California. On May 11th, 1987, he decided to take his pickup truck and a trailer, and he was apparently going to go visit his daughter in Idaho. On May 12th, Don arrives at the hospital that Brenda works at in Idaho. So this is just the next day after he left. But he is accompanied by a man, and this is a composite drawing based on the description of that man. A black male who's about 6 foot, 180 pounds, and he was probably in his 30s back in 1987. Well, this man seemed to kind of be with Don everywhere he went around Idaho after visiting his daughter. But no one really knew who he was. He wasn't like a friend of Don's. A short time later, Don had found out that after she was done with work, Brenda had gone to go fishing with friends. When he got to the fishing location, he noticed she wasn't there anymore, and they found out that they went to a local bar. So Don, accompanied by this unknown man, go to the bar. Unfortunately, Don is very drunk, and he's being belligerent, he's asking to fight people, and Brenda just leaves. And sadly, that's the last time she'll ever see him. This is a screenshot from the Unsolved Mysteries episode, but 2 weeks later, Don's body was found in the desert, and this is just outside of Twin Falls, Idaho. He had been killed by at least 2 blunt force trauma injuries to the back of his head. Nearby, they found a bottle of wine in a brown paper bag. Don's truck was missing. A day after his body was found, his truck got into an accident 700 miles away. When the accident occurred, the driver of Don's truck got out and ran away. The person was described as a black male, very similar to the man who was seen with him in Idaho. But they never found him. They never caught him after he ran away from the accident. When police arrived to the scene of the accident, they look inside the truck and they notice a bloody tire iron as well as a key to a motel room. When they find the motel room, they find bloody clothing inside. That motel room was booked out to a person named Larry Monroe, but that would turn out to be a fake name. Again, described as looking like this individual. So police would start retracing Don's footsteps. The day after the altercation in the bar and seeing Brenda, he was seen in Park City, Utah. He called his sister to ask if she could wire him some money, and she does, and it's about $200. When he picks up that cash, he was seen in the company of a man who looked just like this. What police believe is that Don Smith was likely murdered for that money, for $200. They believe that this man was more than likely a hitchhiker that Don picked up along the way. At some point, Don let this man drive his truck around while Don was in the passenger seat because he was, intoxicated. But there was no indication that Don even really knew who this guy was. He was a stranger. This case aired on Unsolved Mysteries on March 1st, 1989, and afterwards they got roughly 500 calls about it. Police searched out every single lead they got, and it all led to nothing. And now police still have no idea who killed Don Smith and where that killer may be now. They believe that this man is the murderer. They can't say that for absolute certainty, but let's be real. He was the man seen with him. He was the man seen leaving the truck that had bloody items in it, which led to the hotel room with bloody clothing on it. This is the killer. This is the guy who probably killed him. But they have no idea who he is. Now he would probably be in his mid-60s if still alive. If you have any information about this man's identity or any information about the murder of Don Smith, please contact the Twin Falls, Idaho Police Department. You can always report your tips anonymously. Wow, that is a very grumpy face. Okay, well, hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Dr. James Sowa. Viewer discretion is advised. James Sowa was born on July 17th, 1956. He lived his entire life in Pennsylvania, and at the time of this case, he was living in Bensalem. He operated his own clinic, the Sowa Chiropractic Office, out of his own house, which is this home here. James had been married for the past 36 years. They had 2 sons together. Everyone called him selfless. He always put his family first. He was kind, and he always supported his children at every turn. James was a big fan of baseball. He loved Western movies, and he loved to watch horse racing. And he was an excellent chiropractor. It was November 2nd, 2020, at approximately 3:30 p.m. One of James's sons was having a hard time getting a hold of his father. His mother was out at work, and so it just concerned him. So he would go to the house, which was also the chiropractic office. And unfortunately, he found his father, and he was deceased. James Sowa had clearly been bludgeoned to death. There was blood everywhere. It appeared the attack started in one room. James managed to get to another part of the house where he eventually, unfortunately, died. Police would canvass the neighborhood, and eventually they found camera footage. They saw an unidentified individual walking into the house and then leaving that house after just 52 seconds. They were able to discover the identity of the person because of the car they were driving. And that was this mean-looking son of a bitch, Joseph O'Boyle. He was a one-time patient of Dr. Sowa. He saw Dr. Sowa in September of 2020 because of jaw pain. Whatever treatment Dr. Sowa gave him, he claimed to his family it just made him worse. And then mental health issues began to surface. At first he said he wanted to sue Dr. Sowa, but apparently he decided that suing was just Surveillance video captures him entering the home at 8:30 a.m. 52 seconds later, he is seen leaving the house in a hurry. In that 52 seconds, he bludgeoned Dr. Sowa, struck him 3 times in the back of the head, fracturing his skull in 2 places. As Dr. Sowa was on the ground and trying to get away, Joseph struck him a few more times in his jaw. He basically was like a jaw for a jaw kind of thing. He allegedly confessed to his father that he murdered the doctor several weeks later. Police arrived at his house to place him under arrest, where Joseph then punched police officers. But he was finally arrested and charged with the murder. He was found guilty, and he was sentenced to 37 to 74 years in prison. Eesh. If you murder someone, it's probably not best to keep your murder supplies in your car. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Effie Ratley. Viewer discretion is advised. Effie Williams was born on October 20th, 1977, and that was in Jacksonville, Florida. She was described as a kind and gentle soul. Everybody loved her. She loved everyone. Her family said that she had this innocence about her that you just don't see in anyone these days. At some point down the road, Effie would have car trouble, and this man here, Michael Ratley, was there, and he pulled over to help her. The two were strangers. They had never met before. But this encounter brought them together, and they fell in love. So Effie would marry Michael Ratley. Then the two of them split up, and then they got back together, and they remarried. Soon after that is when Effie had their son, Aiden. In December of 2006, the trailer that the family lived in, which is in the Briceville, Florida area, well, one night it caught on fire. Michael managed to grab Aiden and he got out of the house, but Effie was trapped. That's when Michael apparently ripped a satellite off the wall and smashed the window so that Effie can crawl out of it. And that's exactly what she did, and she was saved. They were on the news telling about the story. Michael was called a local hero. He saved his wife. After that, they moved into Michael's parents' house, which was literally on the same property. And then on January 27th, 2007, the worst would happen. Michael Ratley claimed he was on the couch in the living room with his son Aiden. They had fallen asleep when they heard a loud thumping sound. He said the bedroom window was wide open and Effie was on the bed covered in blood. There was blood spatter on the wall. 911 was called and they rushed Effie to the hospital. But sadly, Effie Ratley was pronounced dead, and they determined that she had been struck at least 7 times with some sort of blunt force object. The police had issues with Michael's story. There was a layer of frost underneath the window, but there were no shoe impressions. There should have been. The dust on the windowsill had not been interfered with. The laundry and objects underneath that window was not disturbed. But somehow Effie was brutally attacked by some random stranger on her bed. Michael's parents heard nothing. As they're searching the home, they find gay pornographic material in the possession of Michael Ratley. They also found out he was in constant contact with an old teacher of his, a male. Police speculated, is he having some sort of affair with his teacher? They get a warrant to search Michael's truck, and they find a whole bunch of shit. A little hidden compartment that had a bag with gloves, a hammer, a box cutter, and a burnt electrical cord. It's like he's walking down memory lane. The hammer found in his truck was tested for blood, and it tested positive for Effie's blood. The burnt electrical cords they found were similar to cords found in the trailer that had burnt down. So police are now wondering, did Michael set that fire intentionally with the intent to kill Effie then? But then why would he be a hero and save her? Well, they found out that, their family had come to the house pretty quickly because they lived right next door. And so Michael had to play the part of, oh no, Effie's in there, let me save her, because he was caught. Police also found out in their investigation that Michael one time put a live mouse in Effie's center console in her car. He then called her asking if a certain object was in that console, which then made her open up the console and discover the mouse. She's petrified of mice, and her car started to swerve and go crazy. She almost died. She almost got into an accident. Was that another attempt to kill her? Effie also had a recent $150,000 life insurance policy that was going to be paid out to Michael. In his truck, they also find these gloves, and they find paper towels. There's blood on both, which tests positive for Effie's blood. They then swab the inside of the gloves and they get some skin cell or contact DNA, and that DNA belonged to Michael Ratley. The coroner would determine that the rounded point of the hammer were the exact wounds on Effie's head. When police tested the clothing that Michael was wearing the night of this killing, he had no traces of blood on any of his clothing. So they determined that what he did was he killed her while he was nude. He then took those paper towels and wiped his body off and put all of the stuff he used into a little bag and then put it in a little hidden compartment in his truck. And then he just kept it all there, like an idiot. But thankfully he was an idiot. Because he kept all of those belongings in his truck and didn't immediately get rid of them, all of the evidence pointed to him as being responsible for killing Effie. So he was arrested and charged with her murder. In July of 2009, Michael Ratley was convicted of the first-degree murder of Effie Ratley, and he was sentenced to life in prison without parole. May thy drop thine soap doth many a time. Extra, extra, read all about it. We have ourselves a murder on the high seas. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Eileen Gibson. Viewer discretion is advised. I'll stop that voice immediately. Eileen Isabella Ronnie Gibson. She was born on June 16th, 1926. By age 21, she was an actress, and she would go by the name Gay Gibson. In October of 1947, she would be aboard the Durban Castle. She had done a theater tour in South Africa, and the ship was going back to England. While aboard the ship, she caught the eye of a 30-year-old steward. His name was James Cam. Many people aboard the ship would say that he was definitely infatuated with Eileen. At 2:58 a.m. on October 18th, 1947, there were two summons lights on for cabin 126. One for the steward, one for the stewardess. This was very unusual. Cabin 126 was the cabin of Eileen. When the steward arrived, he had begun to open the door, when he quickly saw James Cam inside the cabin, pushing the door closed. The other steward just sort of assumed, okay, so James has this, and so he left. But that steward felt a little uncomfortable by that situation. However, the following morning, Eileen was nowhere to be seen. By 10 a.m., the captain sent over the PA system calling for Eileen Gibson, but she never showed up. By 12 p.m., after doing an extensive search of the entire vessel, they determined that Eileen Gibson was no longer on the vessel. She must have gone overboard at some point. Eileen was last seen the night before dining and dancing. She was last spotted on one of the decks smoking a cigarette, and this was around 1 o'clock in the morning. And then she was never seen again. On October 24th, the Durban Castle anchored off the coast of England. Police boarded the ship and searched it for many hours, and when they left that ship, they came off with James Cam in cuffs. Police were told by many people on the boat how uncomfortable he was around certain women, including Eileen Gibson. He had made unwanted sexual advances towards several women. They also noted that he had many fresh scratches across his entire body. He said, I got that from the heat as I was just itching my body. And then he confessed. He said he went to her cabin that night. She invited him in. He says they then had consensual sex when all of a sudden she started to shake and foam at the mouth. And then she just died. So what did he do? He shoved her body out of the porthole of her room. And then he said, quote, she made one hell of a splash. He said he didn't kill her, but he didn't want to get caught with her body. But he would be arrested and charged with her murder anyway. He went on trial and was convicted of her murder, even though they'd never found her body. He only served 11.5 years. What you see behind me is a disaster that would result in 144 deaths. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Aberfan disaster. Viewer discretion is advised. Pictured here behind me is a more recent photo of Aberfan, which is a little town located in Wales. At the time this story happened, it was a mining town. From what I understand, there was these man-made hills, and at the top of these hills is piles of coal waste. And this coal waste would typically sit 100, maybe 200 feet above the village of Aberfan. Eventually, this accumulated about 300,000 cubic yards of this waste. During the first few weeks of October of 1966, they got a lot of rain, heavy rainfall. I'm not going to sit here and try to explain something that I don't completely understand, but what I do understand is that that heavy rain caused a lot of extra weight on that coal waste. And all of a sudden, on the morning of October 21st, 1966, some of the miners began to notice that it was beginning to slide down. They had no phones, however, so they couldn't call and alert the village below. And it happened quick. Roughly 140,000 cubic yards of this coal waste then began to run down the hill. It was essentially an avalanche of coal waste. People in the village below heard this loud rumbling. They could hear the roar of trees, the snapping in half. This sludge basically traveled at approximately 80 miles per hour, and it got as high as like 30 to 35 feet. And this tidal wave of sludge just ripped through the town. Nobody could stop it. Nobody could escape it. It destroyed homes. It destroyed buildings. It took down trees. It swallowed the town. And at the center of it was a school. One of the survivors was in that school. He recounts that it was like the sound of a jet, that the coal sludge just destroyed the school within seconds. He remembers his desk slamming against him and pinning him against a wall. He remembers a student who was basically pinned against his shoulder, and that student was dead. And he was buried under this sludge for nearly 30 minutes, gasping for air. This disaster would also burst water pipes, which then began to flood the village. People were drowning now. When it was over, 144 people lost their lives. 116 of them were children. This was deemed an accident that could have and should have been prevented. The National Coal Board was blamed. Many people were paid out, but innocent lives were lost forever.
Plastics and other wastes into blocks, so as to save costs and facilitate transportation. When the packaging bag of the automatic baling machine is clamped, the system sends the material to the packaging bag.
Hello, true crimerers. This is another Worst Freak Accidents. Viewer discretion is advised. This particular story happened near Monrovia, California in 2009. And it involved a horizontal cardboard baling machine like this one. This is the exact one. So essentially with these machines, there is a conveyor belt on the other side of this wall that the people would put cardboard on, and then it would go up and drop into the little feed hopper, which is, this thing right here. Then it gets basically crushed like I showed you in the video. The cardboard then gets smushed with some pretty significant force, and they get compressed into like this big cube of cardboard. So this is the actual scene of the incident. The 65-year-old worker who had been there for about 15 years, and this company I guess had been around for like 150 years or so. Well, his coworkers noticed that the conveyor belt was off, and so they went to go check on him. They saw a stepladder next to the machine, but he wasn't there. That's when they noticed a hand coming out of one of the sides of the end part of this machine. It was their coworker, and he was in this part with all of the compressed cardboard. They called emergency services, but by the time they got there, he was pronounced dead, and it took them some time to recover him. So based on what they can estimate, the man had gotten on top of his stepladder to look inside the hopper. He lost his footing, and he fell inside. There's supposed to be a little wall right here, but they didn't have one. They also noticed in their investigation that they had blocked the sensor, and the workers did that despite every safety warning known to man in order just to make the machine constantly run. That would include if you fell into the machine, it would keep going. Now, I've seen these things in action in real life, and they're slow. So when that man fell in, it took at least a minute or so for him to be fully crushed into the cardboard that was, in front of him. And he had to anticipate that. Not to mention, these machines are very, very loud. So the odds of someone hearing him scream, probably pretty low. He died of multiple crush injuries and a large number of traumatic injuries. He was slowly crushed to death. I'm sure there were a lot of legal things that happened after this, but I don't know the results of those. But I'm sure they had enough proof to show that it was the workers there who ignored safety protocols, and it leads to things like this. This has to be one of the most terrifying ways to die. Hello, true crimerers. This is another Worst Freak Accidents. Viewer discretion is advised. It was June in 2022 in Brooklyn, New York. And I guess it's at East 16th Street and Avenue M, the subway there. 37-year-old Marcus Bryant was exiting a northbound Q train when his foot got stuck between the platform and the subway itself. This obviously is not the specific incident, but I found a photo of what I believe is what kind of happened. So Marcus in this situation got stuck in this tiny crevice here. I don't know how subways work. I don't know if people can flag down and say, hey, someone is stuck. But in this case, the subway, it started to move. Marcus, stuck in that small little space between the subway and the platform, was then dragged by the subway. At some point, he got dragged onto the tracks and was being essentially drugged on the tracks by the train. And then a second train was coming in the opposite direction, and Marcus could be heard screaming, but there was nothing anyone could do at that point. Marcus was then struck by the second train. The 37-year-old man who was just hit by a train would be rushed to the hospital, but it was, essentially pointless. He was pronounced dead a short time after. I can't imagine the level of fear a person would have being stuck on first of all, on a subway track. That's kind of I think a nightmare probably for a lot of people who do this daily. But then to see that second train coming in, and again, I don't understand how it all works. I'm not, I've never been there before. I'm guessing, are they automated, or if people say, hey, there's someone stuck on the track, I don't know why it kept going. I don't know. I have no idea. All I know is that it did. He was stuck and the subway train took off. It dragged him, and then he was struck by a second train. I'm not 100% positive if lawsuits or anything has come forward yet, or if they've even finished their total investigation into this. Marcus was an aspiring DJ, a big dog lover. He was down to earth, and he was just a really good friend to everyone. And he loved being a DJ. He worked really hard at it, and everyone said he always did a really fantastic job. But sadly, his life would end so suddenly, and in my opinion, an incredibly terrifying way. Fireworks would cause one of the most brutal freak accidents I've talked about. Hello, true crimerers. This is another Worst Freak Accidents. Viewer discretion is advised. Today's story takes us to Benton, Tennessee, and specifically at Webb's Bait Farm. Now, authorities had heard about there being illegal fireworks being sold somewhere out of Benton, but they didn't know where. At 9:15 a.m. on May 27th, 1983, they would find out. A massive, massive explosion rocked through this entire community. There was one main explosion followed by several smaller explosions that sounded more like shotgun blasts. The first explosion to people sounded like a bomb had been dropped. When it was all said and done, the Webb's Bait Farm was leveled. This is because in one of their metal dairy factories, the owners of Webb's Bait Farm, were illegally manufacturing M80 firecrackers and M100 firecrackers. The barn that this was occurring in when the explosion happened was no longer in existence. The entire thing was wiped off the face of the earth. Literally nothing was left standing after this explosion. There was debris everywhere. The house that was on the property, it was also destroyed. Neighbors down the road, their windows were all shattered out. People heard the explosion from 15 miles away. There were trees that were leveled within 200 to 300 yards of the explosion. Vehicles within a couple hundred yards of the explosion were damaged or completely destroyed. There was one person who was sort of nearby the property when the explosion happened, and this man was literally launched 70 yards away when the explosion occurred. That's how bad the shockwave was. People felt the shockwave from all over. They were finding debris within 500 yards of the explosion. But what makes this worse is in the building at the time were 11 workers. When the explosion occurred, all 11 of them were killed instantly. They found their body parts just within 200 to 300 yards of the initial explosion. Several of the men had had their heads blown off. Their heads were found far away. Legs, arms, torsos just found scattered. There was a mushroom cloud over this entire area for hours that people could see from 20 miles away. This was pure and utter destruction and chaos, and it was gruesome. The owner of the farm, Dan Webb, wasn't there that day. He was in New York. He would be charged with 11 counts of manslaughter and charges of illegally possessing and manufacturing fireworks. In 1984, he was sentenced to 10 years in prison on manslaughter charges. What caused the explosion? No training and incredibly poor upkeep. He was dragged out of his cab and strangled to death, and the question still remains, who? Hello, true crimerers. This is another Global Cold Cases, and this is the case of George Murdoch. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of this story, George Murdoch is a 58-year-old man. He had been married to his wife, Jessie, for 37 years. George was described as a kind and gentle person. He enjoyed going out on the water and boating. He enjoyed feeding pigeons. George was working in a factory, but there wasn't enough work during this time, and so he would end up getting a job as a taxi driver to kind of supplement some income. And he lived in Aberdeen, Scotland. It was 29 September 1983. At approximately 8:30 p.m., George is in his taxi, which is, I guess, a Ford Cortina. At that time, George radioed into, their headquarters that he was picking up a fare, a young man. He tells control room, we are heading to Coulter. George drove this taxi with his one passenger approximately 2 miles, or 3 kilometers. He turned onto Pitfoldles Station Road, where he then came to a stop right in this location. All of a sudden, the passenger in the back seat gets out and begins to attack George. The man, described as a young man in his 20s, he just so happened to have a cheese wire on him. This young man would basically pull George out of the vehicle where they got into a struggle, and he took this cheese wire and he used it as a garrote, and he began to strangle George with it. 2 teenage boys had just happened to pass by on their bikes, and they witnessed this happen, and so they booked it to the police station. Within probably 10 minutes or so, the police arrived, but unfortunately, it's too late. 58-year-old George Murdoch was dead. George's wallet and all of the fares he had collected had been stolen. So that was likely the motive, was robbery. Police went on an immediate manhunt, and they basically went door to door. They visited over 10,000 different homes, and so far they've come up with nothing. The young man who did this was described as being about 5'7". He was clean shaven. He was thin, and he had short, dark hair. And he literally brought a cheese wire out with him, which basically indicates this is a premeditated murder. Did he target George specifically? They don't really know. Could have just been any cabbie that picked him up. Just this year in 2023, police announced they found DNA on the cheese wire, and it wasn't George's, it was a man's DNA, but it's never matched anyone yet. If you have information, please contact the appropriate authorities. He was supposed to testify at a trial, but instead, he vanished. That was 50 years ago. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Henry Louis Baltimore. Viewer discretion is advised. Henry Baltimore was born on January 16th, 1952, and at the time of this case, he was living in East Lansing, Michigan. In high school, Henry was an honors student, and then at the time of the story, he was actually attending Michigan State University. And he was actually the drum major for the school's marching band, something that he absolutely loved doing. It sounds like this is just what made him the happiest. And the cool thing was that he was actually MSU's first African-American drum major. Henry's dream, his goal, was to eventually become a social worker, but apparently that never got to happen. On March 3rd, 1973, 2 men would break into Henry's apartment when he was alone. He normally had 2 other roommates. These two men tied Henry up and basically pistol whipped him and ransacked the apartment. They kept asking, where's the marijuana, where's the pot? And then they just, they stole some stuff. Well, Henry recognized one of the men, and that man was an acquaintance of his named Roy Davis. I can't find a photo of him. Henry was hesitant to go to police about this altercation, but he eventually did, I think, like 10 days later. So Roy Davis would be arrested and charged with connections to this burglary, which means Henry Baltimore would be the key witness to this. So Henry was expected to attend a preliminary hearing to testify, but the day it was scheduled, he didn't show up. And so they fined him like $50. It was then rescheduled, in which Henry did show up and he did testify. From what it sounds like, he and Roy had actually conversated a few times in the middle of all of this. Roy Davis asked him, hey man, can you please just go to police and tell them to, take these charges back? And apparently Henry tried to, police were like, no. And so Henry had said, okay, I'll testify with like very light testimony. But according to Roy, his testimony at the preliminary hearing wasn't all that light. And that made Roy mad. And Roy verbally threatened him, I guess, in court. At any rate, the judge determined that there was enough evidence to move forward to go to an actual trial. And so Henry was scheduled to become the key witness in that trial. From what I understand, Henry was set to testify at the trial on May 30th, 1973. But Henry did not show up. So the family goes to his apartment. Henry isn't there. His car is there. His roommate said that they thought he had gone to the library and just never showed up. He never came home. His teachers were basically saying he failed to show up to class. His projects and reports weren't being turned in. And this wasn't like Henry. There's no way he would do that. Henry is missing. Did somebody do something to Henry? So the family goes to police to basically report him missing. They say, well, we have to wait at least 48 hours. And it didn't sound like police were really taking this all that seriously from the get-go. They basically just said, well, he clearly skipped town because he didn't want to testify. Because he didn't show up to that first preliminary hearing and we fined him $50. So clearly he's capable of it. But the thing is the reason why Henry didn't show up to that first preliminary hearing was because his sister had injured her leg. And so he rushed her to the hospital and stayed with her, not realizing that the preliminary hearing was supposed to happen. The hospital would confirm this. He was there with her. He didn't just skip it and skip town. The fact that Henry's belongings were at home, he didn't bring anything with him. His car was there. But police, they just said, we don't have any evidence of foul play. We can say we think there's a possibility he was abducted, but we don't have any evidence of it. We have no witnesses. We have no scene of a crime, no sign of a struggle anywhere. And then eventually it sounds like police were beginning to lean more towards, okay, he's been missing a while now, because this is years have gone by. Okay, maybe foul play was what happened. But still, they never found him. Police did get the testimony from people stating that Roy did threaten Henry, and the fact that Henry clearly wasn't prepared to just pick up and move somewhere because he brought nothing with him. And he wouldn't just abandon all of his dreams, and just abandon school like that. But it has now been 50 years. And he is still missing. Now, Roy Davis was apparently out on bond when he disappeared. But according to police, Roy Davis has a solid alibi, and his alibi is his mother. To this day, I believe Roy Davis is still around, and there's a possibility he's living in Tulsa, Oklahoma, but no one can confirm that. Meanwhile, Henry Louis Baltimore is still missing. Now in 2023, police have pretty much said foul play was involved because people don't just vanish into thin air. The fact that not one person has ever seen him. He isn't the type of person who could make himself disappear that good. It's just clear that something nefarious happened to him. If Roy Davis truly has this alibi, who is the second man that helped Roy rob Henry? Did he do something? It sounds like Roy Davis did not want to go to prison for a long time. And so perhaps, maybe, allegedly, he orchestrated his disappearance. Without Henry's testimony, they can really only offer Roy Davis a plea deal, and he pled guilty to lesser charges. And he was only in jail for 6 months. But where is Henry Louis Baltimore? It was a gory murder that created 6 coffins, and it has been unsolved for over 100 years. Hello, true crimerers. This is another global cold case, and it is the case of the Hinterkaifek murders. Viewer discretion is advised. The Hinterkaifek farm was located approximately 43 miles north of Munich, Germany, or 70 kilometers north. The farm itself was built in 1863, and it was owned by the Gruber family. Eventually, the farm was passed down to Andreas Gruber. It was April 4th, 1922. A neighbor to the Gruber family had gone to the Hinterkaifek farm. The neighbor was Lorenz Schlittenbauer. He had gone there with some other people to see if he could find out where on earth the Gruber family is, because the 5 members of the Gruber family and their housemaid had not been seen in days. One of the kids wasn't in school, the family didn't go to church, so finally out of concern they went to go check on him. And what they found was a nightmare. Probably can't show this too much, but when they walked into one of the barns, they found multiple bodies. Andreas Gruber, his wife Kazilia, his daughter Victoria, and 7-year-old Kazilia Gabriel. In the house itself, they found the body of the housemaid Maria Baumgartner, and in the baby's room, they found the body of 2-year-old Joseph. It appeared they had all been killed with some kind of axe or pickaxe. The crime scenes were brutal, bloody, gory. There were no witnesses, and there was virtually no evidence left behind. Again, this is 1922. Obviously, they didn't have the stuff we have now. They apparently never collected any fingerprints. I do also want to note that less than a year after the 6 murders, the entire property was basically flattened. It was destroyed. And along with it, any potential evidence. But initially, police thought, okay, this was probably a robbery gone wrong. Except there was money found in the home, there were valuables found in the home. It was also revealed later that the crime scene had been just tampered with and trampled on by investigators. The man who initially found the bodies had actually moved them a little bit, probably to see if they were alive or not. There was evidence that someone may have actually been living in the house after the murders. They believe the murders happened on March 31st, 1922, about 4 days before they were found. But there were signs that people were recently cooking in there. Was that their killer? More than likely. Other family had gone to the house to check on them before they were found, but they found no signs of, anything. And when they knocked on the doors, no one answered. They just assumed, okay, I'm not going to bother them. Those people had no idea that there were already 6 bodies in the house. In a kind of creepy twist, the investigators would hear from people that Andreas Gruber reported something very strange. He noted that there were footsteps in the snow leading from the woods to his house, to the farm, but there were not footsteps leading away from the house. Andreas did tell other family members, but he never reported this to police. And then a week later, the family was found murdered. There were reports that they got that there was a previous maid who basically ended up quitting because she thought there were ghosts on the property, because there were sounds and footsteps coming from the attic. And other people reported also hearing what sounded like footsteps coming from the attic. And one day Andreas went in there to check, but he didn't find anyone in there. Is it possible that there was someone living in the attic of this property and one day decided to kill the entire family? Maybe. Investigators would recount that back in 1914, Andreas Gruber was sentenced to a year in jail for incest that he performed with his daughter Victoria. Victoria got a month in prison for it. That same year, Victoria's husband reportedly died in World War I, but his body was never found. There are some that had thought that possibly Andreas was actually the father and the grandfather of Victoria's 2 children, 7-year-old Kazilia Gabriel and 2-year-old Joseph. Rumors circulated that Victoria's husband, who supposedly died in the war, Gabriel Karl, they never found his body. So there were rumors that said that he actually didn't die in the war, that he came back home and he found out about this incestuous relationship. He flipped his lid and killed everyone because of it. Then there were rumors of, remember him, the neighbor, Lorenz Schlittenbauer? Well, there were rumors that he was potentially having an affair with Victoria. Maybe he was the father of the 2 children. Maybe he found out about the incestuous relationship and flipped his lid. He did move the bodies at the crime scene. However, investigators never found any concrete evidence that he had anything to do with the murders. Meanwhile, 6 people are laid to rest, and to this very day, over 100 years later, nobody knows who killed them. Nobody knows why. The Hinterkaifek murders have basically gone down as true crime legend, if you will. It's just one of those stories that has always just kind of captivated people. And a lot of it has to do with the fact that there's actually very little known about the murders, really. So it kind of is just sort of like this creepy, almost like ghost story type thing. Who came into that farm and wiped out 6 people with an axe? And how did they get away with it? They officially closed the case in 1955. However, there were some investigators who were still looking into it by 1986, so somebody walked onto the Hinterkaifek farm and killed 6 people. The question will always remain, who? Police suspected she killed her own daughter. That is until they found her. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Janice and Alyssa Owen. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of the story, Janice Owen is a 43-year-old widowed mother to 2 children. Janice and her 2 kids lived in Boonville, Missouri, and she was working at the Riverdale Care Center as a nurse's aide. On Monday, February 12, 2002, Janice finished her shift at about 2:15 p.m. She was seen leaving and heading back to her home, which was less than half a block away. An hour or so later, her daughter Alyssa was on the school bus on her way home. Her brother had already been dropped off at the babysitter's house, but Alyssa was going to be able to go to the home because her mother was going to be there at that point. At around 5 p.m., Janice's mom would go to their house. She knocked on the door. She got no response, but the door was partially opened. She just assumed Janice was out with the kids, and so she wrote her a note and said, "Hey, just call me when you get home." She never did. At around 5:45 p.m., a neighbor of theirs would see 2 people sitting outside of Janice's home. This is a recreation from Unsolved Mysteries. There was a young man in a baseball hat and then a young woman just sort of leaning on the porch. The neighbor didn't recognize them, but she also didn't really know Janice that well. And she couldn't tell if the young woman was actually Janice or not. And the neighbor had never seen these 2 before. Then other neighbors would come forward to say they saw the same 2 people and also another person, and they saw some cars just sort of parked in front of this house that they'd never seen before. They just felt something was up, something was wrong. Well, something was wrong. Janice and Alyssa were missing. Once police were notified, they were just completely baffled. Sadly, the next morning in Fayette, which was like 10-12 miles away, they found the body of 8-year-old Alyssa Owen, and Janice was nowhere to be found. And so Janice became the #1 suspect into who killed Alyssa. Alyssa had been strangled to death and then just dumped on the side of the road. On a busy road too, where many people would see her. Police couldn't discover a motive though as to why Janice would kill her daughter. It seemed so incredibly random. Janice loved her kids, like more than anything. And so basically a manhunt began to find Janice Owen, who killed her daughter. And then 6 weeks after she disappeared, she was found. Her body was found floating in a creek. She had also been suffocated to death. They determined her time of death was approximately the day she vanished. She was not a suspect in her daughter's murder. She was a second victim. Police just couldn't find any suspects. She did have a fiance at the time, but they were able to clear him easily. So who the hell did this and why? And why were their bodies found in 2 completely different areas? They were like separated by about 12 miles or so. Alyssa's body was found in a very highly populated area with a lot of traffic. But Janice, her body was well hidden in a creek, way out of the way. It just seemed weird to police. So this case was aired on Unsolved Mysteries, but as they're filming it, as they're finishing filming this segment, they actually get a tip. The tip said that one of Janice's co-workers, Angela Mize, may know what happened to the 2 murder victims. Police went to their home and where they tried to bring them in for questioning. Angela at first said, "Yes, Eric killed both of them and I was just there and I was scared. I couldn't stop him." But then she just said, "You know what? Never mind. I was involved as well." She admitted to helping kill Janice and Alyssa, along with her husband, 18-year-old Eric. They searched their home and they found items that belonged to Janice and Alyssa, like little trophies they decided to keep. So why did they do it? They said they did it, specifically Angela said they did it because They wanted to kill the 8-year-old girl for sexual gratification. I hate people. And Janice had to die simply because she would get in the way. She would be a witness. We can't have that. Sexual gratification from an 8-year-old child being killed. That is one of the worst. One of the worst. So, these two human piles of shit would both plead guilty to first-degree murder, 2 counts of first-degree murder, and they were both sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. And quite honestly, I feel like that's too nice for them. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Jenny Bastian. Viewer discretion is advised. Jennifer Jenny Bastian was born on April 15th, 1973, and she was born in Chicago, Illinois. She did have a sister, and eventually the family would move out to Tacoma, Washington. At the time of this case, Jenny is just 13 years old. It was August 4th, 1986, and Jenny was going to go out on a bike ride. Her plan was to bike out to Point Defiance Park and then come right back home. She was actually doing that because she was training for a YMCA bike ride thing, but she told her mom and dad that she would be home by 6:30 p.m., but Jenny would never come home. Her family waited just a little bit past 6:30, but then they called police to report her missing. Police would go out to Point Defiance Park. They would search the area. Witnesses said they did see her there at one point. They searched all over, even outside the park, and they just could not find her. But then, 3 weeks later, some people at the same park would notice a really foul smell. And that led them to some bushes where, when they looked inside the bushes, there was a body. Later confirmed to be the body of 13-year-old Jennifer Bastian. She had been sexually assaulted and she was strangled to death. Her bike was tossed in another bush nearby. There was speculation that her case may be connected to that of Michaela Welch. 4 months before Jenny's murder, she had been taken from a park in Tacoma, Washington, and her body was found as well. There was DNA left behind on her body, but back in 1986, they did not have the technology to link it to anyone. And at the time, they didn't find any DNA on Jenny's body. Police believe that both girls were killed by the same man, though. But in 2013, that would be squashed. Using modern technology, they were able to pull DNA from some clothing items that Jenny was wearing that day. The DNA found with her was from a male, but it was not the same DNA as that found on Michaela Welch. Michaela Welch's killer would eventually be a man named Gary Hartman, and DNA linked him to the crime. Police would look over some other suspects from the initial investigation, and they found this man, Robert Dwayne Washburn. He was apparently seen in the park the same day that Jenny was killed. He even put himself in the park. He said he was there. So police asked him willingly, "Will you give us some DNA?" And he said yes, which would be his downfall, because the DNA he provided was an exact 100% match to the DNA found on Jenny Bastian's clothing, which led him to confess. He said he saw her, grabbed her by the arm, sexually assaulted her, and then strangled her. Why? He never said. In 2019, he pled guilty and got 27 years.
Where do the 35 to 40-year-old people hang out?
Here. Preferably with no one. This is a murder that sounds like it came straight out of a horror movie. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Jessica Keen. Viewer discretion is advised. It was March of 1991, and searchers who were looking for a missing 15-year-old girl would stumble across something horrific at Foster Chapel Cemetery in Ohio. They discovered the body of that 15-year-old girl in that cemetery. She was found behind a grave along a fence post. The only clothing she had on was her bra and one sock. She had duct tape around her mouth and around her hands. She had been beaten severely. The final blow, the one that killed her, came from a piece of gravestone that was bashed over her head. The coroner determined that she had also been sexually assaulted. The young woman was identified as the missing girl, 15-year-old Jessica Keen. The 15-year-old Columbus, Ohio girl was an honor student at high school. She had hopes and aspirations of becoming a zoologist or working with animals. She was incredibly intelligent, and she was definitely going to fulfill her dreams. Unfortunately, she kind of also fell into the side of being a rebellious teenager. She fell for an 18-year-old boy. Her parents didn't like that so much, and then her behavior became more troublesome as they tried to restrict her from seeing him. It got to a point where her parents basically booked her a stay here at the Huckleberry House. It's a counseling residence facility, especially for like troubled teens, and she was supposed to be there for 2 weeks. She went there, and she did so without issues, but on the very last day, she would get a phone call from her boyfriend. They got into an argument over the phone, which many people in the house heard, and they said that Jessica was heartbroken. So she bolted out of the house and said, "I'm going to go to the mall." So then she was seen next at the bus stop, but after that, she was never seen again. Jessica was reported missing that evening, and the search began. But then 2 days later, they found her remains in the cemetery. Her remains did have DNA left behind from a male contributor. The boyfriend was the very first suspect. However, police confirmed at the time of this, he was all the way in Florida. Confirmed without a doubt. And then his DNA was not a match. Police believe that Jessica must have been abducted from the bus stop. They think she managed to escape the car, and then she tried to escape by running through the cemetery. Based on evidence they found at the crime scene, behind one of the gravestones, they found a knee impression. They think Jessica kneeled down behind that gravestone to hide from her attacker, but then he spotted her. They then found evidence to suggest that she actually, because it was pitch dark at this point, ran into that fence post because she couldn't see it, and that made her fall to the ground. And then the attacker caught up to her. This marker here points to the exact location where Jessica's body was found. Just beyond this fence is a farmhouse, and they think Jessica saw that, and that's why she was running that direction to seek safety. She was chased through a graveyard by an unknown assailant at night. When that person caught up to her, attacked her, sexually assaulted her, and then bludgeoned her with a piece of gravestone. That is just such a terrifying thing to try to imagine putting yourself in. I can't even begin to process how a 15-year-old child would have been, what she would have been thinking and experiencing in that moment. I wish that kind of feeling on no one. But Jessica's murder would go unsolved for quite some time. It wouldn't be until 2008 when they finally got a hit on the DNA sample they found with her body. Back in 1991, they didn't have this, big database. And then as they continued to plug it into the system over the years, once it became more and more advanced, they literally just had to wait until that person's DNA was in the system some other way. And finally it was. It belonged to this man, Marvin Lee Smith Jr. It was a 100% match to being him. He was already serving time in prison for other crimes, which is why his DNA was finally in the system, and he just readily admitted to what happened. This is him back in 1991. He said, "I found her at just random chance at a bus stop. He didn't know her, she didn't know him, he just took her." He confirms that she manages to get out of the car and begins to run, and where he chases her. It's pitch dark. He sees that she went into the cemetery, chases her through the cemetery where she manages to run into a fence and gets knocked down. And that's how he caught up to her. And then sadly, the rest is history. So he was officially charged with the murder of 15-year-old Jessica Keen. And in order to avoid the death penalty, he would take a plea deal to a first-degree murder plea where he would be sentenced to 30 years to life. He is not eligible for parole until 2038, but that doesn't mean he'll ever get out. He stole the rest of Jessica's life, so hopefully he spends the rest of his rotting in a prison cell. Within the span of a year, a mother would lose 2 daughters. Hello, true crimeers. This is another missing or murdered Indigenous person case, and it is the case of Jocelyn Watt and Rudy Perez. Viewer discretion is advised. So a little while back, I had covered the case of Jade Wagon. She was found dead under mysterious circumstances. They ended up ruling it an accidental death due to hypothermia, but there are many out there who think that she was met with foul play and was probably murdered. They had lived on or near the Wind River Reservation in Wyoming, and they were Arapaho. But about a year or so before Jade Wagon would mysteriously die, her sister Jocelyn Watt would be found murdered in her home. It was January 4th, 2019, here in this neighborhood. Police were called to the scene where they discovered two bodies in the home. Jocelyn Watt and Rudy Perez. They were a couple. Both of them were 30 years old. They had both been shot dead. And for a little while, about a year or two, the case went cold and it was unsolved. Perhaps not a lot of urgency put into this one. But finally, in 2022, they would get a resolution to this case. Pictured here is Brandon Monroe. He was just 16 years old when Jocelyn and Rudy were killed in their home, and he was the one to pull the trigger. The police investigation would end up leading to 4 teenagers who were driving around the neighborhood that night. They had all been drinking, and they all came up with this plan to rob someone, which led them to finding the home of Jocelyn and Rudy. So in the car that night was 16-year-old Brandon Monroe, 15-year-old Corbin Headley, 24-year-old Bryce Turan, and 14-year-old Patrick Sunroads. I can only find a picture of Brandon. Brandon would say that Corbin and Bryce stayed inside the truck, while he and Mr. Sunroads went to the house. Brandon busted the door down by using his shoulder and held these two at gunpoint. He was trying to rob them not only of money, but also of marijuana. That was their goal, to get pot and money. While Patrick Sunroads was, searching the house, he heard an argument or something like that, and then some loud pops. When Patrick went to check, Brandon had basically just shot and killed both Jocelyn and Rudy. And actually, I think Patrick would say that he witnessed the final gunshot into Rudy that killed him. Nicole Wagon, the mother of Jocelyn and Jade, she just wanted justice for both of her girls. She would end up getting it for one of them. Brandon Monroe got 25 years to life. Patrick Sunroads got 18 to 20 years. And the other two men were given basically a slap on the wrist. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of serial killer John Joubert. Viewer discretion is advised. John Joubert was born on July 2nd, 1963 in Massachusetts. John was actually an incredibly intelligent young man. He actually had an IQ of over 120. However, his upbringing was not that great. At one point, he witnessed his dad try to choke and kill his mother. And while that would be traumatic to him, it also opened up something in him that unfortunately would lead to something evil. When he was in his early teens, he would fantasize about strangling his babysitter. By 15 or 16, he became a paper boy. He joined the Boy Scouts. When he was in the Boy Scouts, he would stab a 6-year-old girl with a pencil. He would say he felt sexual gratification from doing that. By this time, he's living in Portland, Maine with his mom. He would get arrested for these little assaults of stabbing kids with pencils, but he never got into any really serious trouble. On August 22nd, 1982, at this point John Joubert is about 19 or so years old, he kidnapped an 11-year-old boy named Richard Stetson. He stabbed him, he strangled him, he beat him, and then he bit him. He killed him, and then he just disposed of his body. The little boy's body would be found, but at that point, John Joubert wasn't even a suspect or anything. He would then move to Nebraska, while this case goes unsolved. On September 18th, 1983 in Nebraska, 13-year-old paperboy Danny Joe Eberly goes missing while delivering papers. 3 days later, his body is found. He was bound by rope, he had 8 stab wounds, and he also had bite marks. On December 2nd of 1983, 12-year-old Christopher Walden disappeared when he was walking to school. His body was found 3 days later with his throat cut. He also was bound with rope. Witnesses at the time of both of those boys, kidnappings, they would see a similar man in the area, and they made this composite drawing of that man. Well, one day, a woman reports a suspicious-looking man parked outside of a school. She calls police, and the police check the license plate of that vehicle that the man is seen in, and it belonged to John Joubert. They believe that clean-shaven, he resembled the composite drawing. They were able to get a warrant to search his car and also the barracks he was living in, because at this point he is in the Air Force. They find hair in his car. They also find rope. It's the exact same rope that was used to bound the 2 boys in Nebraska. So he was brought in for questioning, and he just confessed to killing both boys. He also confessed to killing Richard Stetson in Maine. They asked him if he would kill again. He said yes. He was convicted of all 3 murders, and he was executed in 1996. The young boy didn't want to let a stranger in the house, and sadly, it got him killed. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Jonathan Foster. Viewer discretion is advised. Jonathan Foster was born on November 9th, 1998, and at the time of the story, he is living in the Houston, Texas area. Early on in Jonathan's life, apparently from what I understand, his mom was just having a hard time, being a mother. So from ages 6 to 11, Jonathan would live with other family members. But Jonathan would see his mom all the time. And by age 12, he is finally now moving back in with his mother. And then they are living together in one of her friend's house. Her friend's name was Sharon. His mom, Angela, had just recently left her ex. His name is David. And Jonathan's biological father wasn't living in the same state. It was Christmas Eve, 2010. Angela was working at a retail store or grocery store, and at one point in the afternoon, she got a phone call, but she couldn't take it because it was very busy. But apparently, the coworker who took the call would tell Angela a little bit later that, hey, someone said there's an emergency at your house. So Angela gets up and she leaves. On her way to the house, she's using her cell phone to try to call the house. Jonathan doesn't answer, but some random woman does. Angela's like, who are you? And then she can hear the woman asking Jonathan, is, Angela your mom? And then Angela can kind of faintly hear Jonathan in the background saying, yeah. This mystery woman then told Angela, you're a bad mother, and then hung up. By the time Angela got back to their house, Jonathan was gone. She is calling everyone she can call. She is going to every neighbor's house. She is looking all over for him, but she has no luck. She contacts David, her ex. Do you know anything about it? He says, no, this is probably a prank that Jonathan's doing. So police start questioning members of the family, and this is Jonathan's grandma. She told police that there was, at one point, an incident between Jonathan and his biological father, Richard. Richard had actually taken Jonathan before, but police couldn't do anything about it because he legally was allowed to, take his own son. But eventually Jonathan was returned. They were able to completely rule out his biological father, though, because he wasn't even in the state when he disappeared. They then interviewed David, the ex-boyfriend, to Angela. Angela had told police that at one point David had smacked Jonathan. David, in this interview, says, I didn't smack him, but I flicked his hat off of his head when he supposedly hurt another young girl. He gave police a couple different alibis, and they found out he was lying. He then came clean and said, okay, I was at a bar during this time. I didn't want people to know I was drinking. Police find footage of him at that bar. And so he was there during a huge chunk of time, and especially during the time where that mysterious phone call was made and when Jonathan was taken. So David, the ex-boyfriend, was ruled out. Police then questioned Sharon, the owner of that house. Well, she told police that that night she was planning on actually having a party, a get-together. And she had invited one of her friends named Mona. Sharon told Mona, hey, you can go to my house early. I'll be there right after work. There's going to be a little boy in the house, and he was told not to let anyone in, but just tell him when you knock that, hey, I'm, his Aunt Sharon's friend, so she said you can let me in. While they're trying to track down Mona, they get a very unfortunate update. A charred human body was found outside of a warehouse center. The body was found inside of a culvert, and it was charred, like someone had burned the body. But it was clear that this was the body of a young boy. Through dental records, it was confirmed to be the body of 12-year-old Jonathan Foster. His body was in such bad shape they could not determine his cause of death. There were some forensic pieces that they were able to collect, like they had leaves that were found wrapped up near his body, and they weren't from any trees in the area. Then police find CCTV footage of that area, and at one point they see this silver pickup truck Just like 30-40 yards down from where the body was found, the truck stops, and then you can see a person getting out of it and doing something, and then they leave. Police are then able to finally track down Mona Nelson. Turns out she drove a silver pickup truck. At her home, they'd found some trash cans, and also coincidentally, they found the exact type of leaves that were found with Jonathan's body. They were an identical match. They were the exact same leaves. They also found like a charred blanket and some twine. These were in her garbage bins. They brought Mona in for questioning, and she revealed that she was a welder and she owned a welding torch. The burns on Jonathan's body were extremely consistent, as if someone had burned that body with a welding torch. They found the torch at Mona's house. And they also found a piece of sweater at her house that was Jonathan's. So Mona was arrested and charged with his murder. They believe what happened was that she went to the house, she knocked on the door. Jonathan, listening to his mom who said, "Don't talk to strangers or let strangers in the house," told her, "No, I can't let you in." Even after, she may have said that your Aunt Sharon said it's okay. They believe that she got angry and then she punched him in the chest because he had a bruise to his chest. And this led to her killing him, quite possibly torturing him, and then just dumping his body. And she lied about a lot of things. So the jury found her guilty, and they convicted her of capital murder, and she was sentenced to life in prison without parole. She was finally identified after 19 years, but the question remains, who killed her? Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Kori Lamaster. Viewer discretion is advised. It was January 19th, 1994, and it was at Pogonip Park, which is in Santa Cruz, California. Pogonip. At any rate, two hikers were walking through a wooded area when they discovered a human body. This body was sticking out of a shallow grave, and it was within a pretty close proximity to a homeless camp. She had no identity on her. She was in, a really, really advanced state of decomposition, so there was no way of looking at her and saying who this was. So they would end up doing a clay facial reconstruction. They actually determined that she was likely a teenage girl, although to me this does not resemble a teenage girl, but she had short brown hair. They noticed that she had painted pink fingernails, and between her left thumb and index finger she had a really tiny heart tattoo. They put this image out with those descriptions on the news, but no one ever came forward to say who she was. All they know is that she was murdered. Her cause of death was a number of blunt force injuries to her skull. And then obviously somebody attempted to bury her. So this was clearly a murder. But who was she and who killed her? Well, a missing persons report was filed in 2007, and it was for a girl named Kori Joanne Lamaster. She was originally from Pacifica, California, and she ran away from home, and that was in 1993. But she wasn't reported missing by her family until 2007. The police have said that the reason why there was such a large gap is for personal and private reasons, and that hasn't been revealed. But when that missing persons report was filed, it got people to wonder, was she the Pogonip Jane Doe? So they got DNA from her mother, and they actually had a fingerprint card from when she was younger. And so because of both of those things, they were able to positively identify the Pogonip Jane Doe as Kori Joanne Lamaster, a 17-year-old girl when she was murdered, likely in 1993. The detective who had been working on her case originally, well, he was actually murdered himself. And so now the police are trying to work this case in his honor, and also in her honor because she is the victim here. But honestly, they're not really anywhere with it. They have witnesses who state that there were two men seen with her right around the time she would have been killed. One of those men is now dead, but police have yet to announce a suspect. They feel like they have persons of interest, but there's not enough evidence to bring forth yet. So if you have any information about her murder, please call 831-420-5995. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Keeslyn Roberts. Viewer discretion is advised. Keeslyn Noel Roberts was born on October 22nd, 1999. She grew up in Dalton, Georgia. She was a really good kid growing up, but unfortunately by about 2018 or so, she did get into some trouble. She was charged with 2 counts of possession of marijuana and then other illegal substance-related charges. Keeslyn had just fallen with the wrong crowd, unfortunately, and she got caught up in it. But, around the time that this story takes place, her family says she is getting her life back on track. She makes consistent check-ins with her probation officer, and, everything seemed to be going okay. At the time of this story, she's living with her boyfriend in Chatsworth, Georgia, which takes us to January 17th, 2020. Keeslyn was scheduled for a probation meeting, and she did not show up to it. So they actually put out an arrest warrant for her. The following day, Keeslyn is spotted here at the Flying J truck stop, and that is in Resaca, Georgia. Reportedly, Keeslyn had tried going into, the employee-only kitchen, and so the employees called 911. Once Keeslyn heard they called 911, she fled the scene. When police arrived, they noticed that she had dropped a lot of her belongings. Her backpack, which had her wallet in it, all of her money, debit card, driver's license, phone charger, car keys. They found her vehicle there in the parking lot, but Keeslyn was nowhere to be found. The only thing really missing from any of it was her cell phone. That's never been found. Have they pinged it? I'm sure they've tried. I don't know what they've gotten from it, though. A couple of months later, they found some clothing items that they believed may have belonged to Keeslyn, and these were found near that Flying J. On January 16th, 2020, literally just a couple of days before Keeslyn was last seen at the Flying J, 21-year-old Caleb Nathaniel Smith, he was also last seen alive at that same exact truck stop. A month later, his body is found, and apparently it was found in Gordon County, Georgia. Apparently, his cause of death was from illegal substance intoxication. They don't like when you say the M word here. There was no evidence found that he and Keeslyn even knew each other, and they found no connections between their two cases. But there was still a lot of speculation that the two cases may have been connected, but they've never found proof of that. And Keeslyn has never been found. There's a $50,000 reward for any information that leads to getting her home. The police have said they don't have any evidence of foul play, but it doesn't mean that foul play wasn't involved. If you have any information about her whereabouts, please call 706-695-4592. Jesus Christ, is that a redneck alien? Ugh. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Kenneth Dungee. Viewer discretion is advised. Kenneth Dungee was born on December 8th, 1969, and at the time of the story, he's living in Greensboro, North Carolina. Kenneth was an engineering student. He had just received a scholarship to attend the college that he wanted to attend, and he was actually awarded that scholarship from the Air Force Academy. He was really looking forward to starting his college life, but unfortunately, that would never get to happen. At about 2 p.m. on December 23rd, 1988, Kenneth would join his three friends, Laverne Allen, Darius Bannerman, and Kenneth Newark. That day, they were planning to do some late Christmas shopping. They were going to go from Greensboro to Raleigh, North Carolina. They were driving Laverne Allen's dad's vehicle, which was a Plymouth Duster. While they were driving on Interstate 40, and this is a recreation from Unsolved Mysteries, out of nowhere, a vehicle comes up right up on their bumper, and it was a light blue Monte Carlo. So basically, Laverne is trying to get, their car out of the way, thinking this car wants to pass, but everywhere they go, this car follows them, and is right on their tail. And there are other witnesses on the road who observed this exact same thing. In this vehicle, the witnesses describe seeing a white female with blonde hair and then a white male driving. The guy driving looked like he was staring these guys down as if they had done something to piss this person off. But they had just started their trip, so they don't know what happened. So the back vehicle finally slams into the back of the front car. They manage to get away. The car follows behind, slams into them again. These guys keep trying to get away, but they cannot. This guy keeps speeding up on them and ramming into the back. And eventually, they actually manage to run them off the road. This is a recreation from Unsolved Mysteries, but the car had flipped a couple of times and it was severely damaged. And all four men in the vehicle were seriously injured, but Kenneth Dungee was pronounced dead at the scene. Laverne Allen had to have his leg amputated. Kevin Newark fractured his skull and broke his leg. And then Darius Bannerman had a broken wrist and he had a bunch of wounds to his face. Witnesses said the blue car pulled over for a minute. Both people got out and then the woman was like, "Get back in the car." And then he did and they took off. This frightening fucking image is the composite drawing of the man driving that car. To this day, he has never been caught. Neither has the woman. Many people believe that this was a racially motivated crime. 4 black men being targeted by 2 white people who were acting aggressive towards the 4 men for absolutely no reason. I mean, there was no prior connection to this blue vehicle. They didn't cut this car off somewhere. This blue vehicle just came out of nowhere. And the people who did see him in the car, the guys say, they didn't know who he was at all, or the girl. Years later, police would have an informant that came forward to say that they knew the identity of this man. The informant's brother was apparently friends with this man. And according to the informant, this man told the brother that he had driven a car of African Americans off the road and one of them died. He even told the informant's brother that he was on Unsolved Mysteries. But apparently she did not reveal the identity of this man. Or at the very least, maybe she did and they've never arrested him, whoever it may be. His name has never been publicly released. So I don't know if police checked him out and determined he wasn't the guy, or maybe they determined maybe he is the guy, but they don't have any actual evidence. It's not really known. What is known, however, is that Kenneth Dungee, a 19-year-old about to be a college student, was murdered for seemingly no apparent reason. Was it racially motivated? Police can't really say that for sure, but there is suspicions that it probably was. But they, first and foremost, just want to capture the person responsible for killing him and seriously injuring his 3 friends. Witnesses who saw this all happen said that the vehicle in question had Georgia license plates, and it was a light blue Monte Carlo, but not much more information is known. If you have any information about the identity of this man, the killer of Kenneth Dungee, please contact the Greensboro, North Carolina Police Department with any information you have. You can always report your information anonymously. Help his family, his friends get the closure that they rightfully deserve. Hello, true crimerers. This is the unsolved murder case of Kim Nguyen. Viewer discretion is advised. It was approximately 7 o'clock in the morning on July 18th, 1993. Here, in this neighborhood in northeast Garland in Texas, is where the Nguyen family lived. Kim and his brother Michael had been watching cartoons in the living room. The boy's father, Rudolph, had gone into the living room at about 7 o'clock to check on the 2 kids. You see, Kim was autistic, and he had a tendency of getting distracted. When he walked into the living room, Kim was not there. His brother, Michael, had said they had gotten into a little brother fight. So Michael told the dad that he had gone back to his room, and Kim stayed out in the living room to watch cartoons. But Kim was no longer there. He immediately goes out and starts looking for Kim. Cannot find him anywhere. He is an 8-year-old boy who is autistic, who is now somewhere out there alone. So the community began searching for him almost immediately. They search everywhere, and they have no luck finding him. Then, a few days after his disappearance, they find his shirt. There is no signs of blood or rips or tears or anything. The shirt is fully intact. And it was found near this factory or power plant, but still no luck finding Kim. A neighbor would go to police to say that she saw Kim the morning of his disappearance right here at this corner. She said she saw a vehicle that looked like a white Chevy Blazer, but she wasn't sure on what year model it was. But it had been driving really slowly down the road next to where Kim was. And then a few minutes later, the next thing she knows is she doesn't see him there anymore. With the discovery of the shirt and the witness talking about the Chevy Blazer, they really were losing hope. The FBI became involved, and they were having no luck. And then, 11 days after his disappearance, he was found. His body was found near a drainage ditch off of the Interstate 635. Through dental records, they confirmed it was the body of Kim. His body was already in a pretty bad state of decomposition, so they could not tell his cause of death. However, they ruled his manner of death as homicide. So they do believe that he was murdered, and then he was just dumped on the side of the road. To my knowledge, there was no DNA present on him, no other pieces of evidence found near him that they could pull trace evidence from. And sadly, to this very day, his murder is still unsolved. They really grilled the father. They determined he had nothing to do with this. This was likely a stranger abduction, but they still have no idea who did it. If you have any information about his murder, please contact the Garland, Texas Police Department.
My dad's been shot. I'm calling him. No answer. He's all bleeding around his mouth area. Okay, did you go inside the bedroom?
He just made one large mistake. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Leslie Vaughn. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of this case, Leslie Vaughn is a married man and they have 2 sons together. And they live here in this beautiful home in San Antonio, Texas. Leslie Vaughn was a defense attorney, and he had defended a lot of, very bad or shady people over the years. On the night of November 10th, 1998, 911 would get a phone call from Bryan Leslie Vaughn. That was Leslie Vaughn's 16-year-old son. He said his dad had been shot in the bedroom. The door was locked, so he couldn't get in, but he heard a gunshot. Bryan had already taken his 12-year-old brother to the neighbor's house. And Leslie's wife and the mother of the 2 children, she was actually at work. She started an overnight shift around 10 p.m. that night. Police had to break down Leslie's bedroom door because it was locked. And inside, they found the man dead in his bed. He had a single gunshot wound to the back of his head. Next to his bed, they found this rock that had clearly been thrown through his balcony window. Something that was interesting, though, was that there were shards of glass on top of the bed as well as on top of Leslie's body. They also found a trail of glass shards down the hallway and a blood transfer on a door outside the bedroom. But Bryan's bedroom had this patio door that was shattered. It appeared that this was probably how the killer entered the house. There was some glass on the inside, but there was also a lot of glass on the outside, which to most of us, we know that would indicate that the rock was actually probably thrown from the inside of the house to the outside. The house had no forced entry other than that broken window. It also had rained heavily that night. The ground was very muddy, yet there were no foot impressions, there was no ladder impressions, there was no indication that anyone had scaled the balcony, and they would have had to climb up to the 2nd story. So, of course, police want to talk to the 2 young men who were in the house that night. Well, their neighbors would report that Bryan had brought his little brother over at 1:24 a.m. He wanted to get his little brother out of the house because he heard gunshots, and so he was just scared. The weird thing, though, is that the 911 call wasn't made until 1:49 a.m. Why was there that large gap of time before he even bothered to call 911? The thing is that Bryan told this couple, where he brought his brother over, that he had already called 911. That was a lie. So police want to hear the 911 call that he made. And when they did, it showed something very, very interesting.
I think my dad's been shot. I'm calling him. No answer. He's all bleeding around his mouth area. Okay, did you go inside the bedroom? I can't. The door's locked. Okay, so how do you know he's bleeding from the mouth area? The shot rang out in the room. Okay. You're telling me you can't get into the bedroom, right? I cannot get in the bedroom. The door's locked. So how do you know he's bleeding from the mouth? I don't know that.
Bryan made a very gigantic mistake on that call. He said the door to the bedroom was locked, which was confirmed by police when they arrived. He said he hadn't been able to even see his father, but then he said he had blood around his mouth. He also stated on the 911 call that his father wasn't breathing. If he can't get in the room, how do you know that? How do you know he isn't breathing? How do you know he has blood around his mouth? How do you even know he was shot? And there was no recovery from that slip-up. Leslie Vaughn was killed with his own gun. However, the gun was no longer in the house. It was never found. There was glass, primarily on the outside, on the balcony, meaning that the killer was already in the house when they threw the rock through the window. Plus, they found more glass shards throughout the house and in the bathroom, where the killer likely would have cleaned up. There was absolutely no signs or indications that anyone was even outside the house that night. No shoe prints, nothing. They found out that Bryan and his dad had been arguing a lot lately. The 16-year-old wanted a new car. His dad said no. And then mysteriously, his car is completely engulfed in flames and destroyed. So his dad gets him a car, but not a new one, a used car. This angers Bryan a lot. They fought and they fought. Even his 12-year-old brother said that they were arguing literally the day of the murder. So they believe that Bryan went into his father's bedroom, shot him with his own gun, disposed of the gun somewhere, staged the window to look like someone had broke in. Police could also tell that this was done after he was dead because of the glass shards on top of his body. If someone throws a giant rock through your window and glass is all over you, you're going to wake up. But there was no indication he even budged when that rock went through that window. He was already dead. Bryan then rushes his little brother out of the house and slips up by telling the couple he already called 911 when he didn't. He went back to the house on his own, he cleaned up, he changed his clothes, he called 911 and made that one humongous mistake. Bryan Vaughn murdered his own father out of anger. He was just 16 years old when he killed his dad. In 2000, he was convicted of the murder and sentenced to 33 years in prison. This is a frightening composite drawing of a man who may have kidnapped a young girl. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Malakia Logan. Viewer discretion is advised. Malakia Logan, who would go by Kia, was born on August 1st, 1979. She was actually born with 2 holes in her heart, but eventually they would be able to repair it, and she lived a very strong life. She was the daughter of a local mayor in South Carolina, but her parents were divorced. Her and her sister lived with their mom in an apartment in Greenwood, South Carolina. It was the night of May 15th, 1988. Kia, who was now 8 years old, went with her sister to the nearby playground by their apartments to go play. I'm guessing her sister left at a different time than she did, because she was seen by herself at approximately 8:15 p.m. getting on her bike and riding back in the direction of the apartments. However, she never made it back, and she was never seen alive again. Her bicycle was found right by the apartment complex office, but there was nothing else. There's no other physical evidence of her whereabouts. Witnesses reported seeing a man who looked like this. He was a white male with blonde hair, approximately 5'8" to 5'9", 140 to 160 pounds. This version gives me nightmares for some reason. But he was seen in the vicinity of the park where she was playing, around the time she would have gone missing. There was then another witness who said they saw 2 men in the area. One was driving a dark blue or black Monte Carlo mid-70s model, but then those 2 people were never found. Neither was the first gentleman. Time would pass and still nothing. Kia just was not found anywhere. No clothing items, nothing, no trace. Her story would be briefly shown on an episode of Unsolved Mysteries, and that was in 1990. Almost a year after the episode was aired, human remains were found in a wooded area near Newberry County in South Carolina. They would not be identified, however, until 8 more years, and they were confirmed to be that of then 8-year-old Malakia Logan. This was confirmed with DNA. There was apparently other DNA found on or near her body, but it never really matched anyone. In 2002, a man would confess to her murder. His name was Charles Wade Hampton. I cannot find a confirmed photo of him. He had been arrested for being a peeping Tom, and then he just suddenly confessed to this murder and other sexual assaults. But then he recanted, and then later the DNA found with her was not a match to him. So he was cleared. If you have information, please call 803-737-9000. Her murder would be solved decades before anyone even knew who she was. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Michelle Busha. Viewer discretion is advised. It was May 30th, 1980. Okay. In Blue Earth, Minnesota. Interesting. Near a drainage ditch on Interstate 90, the body of a decomposed nude female was found. Something bizarre about her was that her head had been recently shaved except for one small, tiny patch of hair. They also noticed that she did not have any fingernails, something they purposefully left out from the media. So only the police knew this. The problem is the woman had no clothing near her, she had no ID, and they had no idea who this young woman was. They determined she was maybe between 22 to 30 years old, but that's about all they knew. I mean, they put out this image across the news in the newspapers, but no one came forward to say who she was. Her time of death, they said, was roughly 3 days to a week prior to her being found. At one point, God, son of a bitch, every time! Ugh! The decomposing eggplant known as Henry Lee Lucas confessed to killing this girl. However, they would quickly determine that there was no way he could have, because he confessed to like literally every murder on the face of the earth. Please go away. Thank you. And then about 8 years later, in June of 1988, this man comes into the picture. Former Minnesota State Trooper Robert Leroy Nelson. You see, he was being questioned in 1988 for the sexual assault of a woman and also criminal sexual misconduct against his own daughter. Well, as he's talking to police, he confesses that he is the one to have killed the Blue Earth Jane Doe. But he didn't know her name either. As a state trooper in 1980, he actually found her, picked her up, where he says he then handcuffed her, tortured her, sexually assaulted her, and then he strangled her to death. He made note that he used a ligature and that he removed her fingernails. Two things that the public had no knowledge of. Only the killer would know that she did not have fingernails and that she was killed specifically with a ligature. So they took his confession and they charged him with murder. Now, he would be sentenced to life in prison for the sexual assaults and the sexual misconduct. And then in 1989, he was sentenced to an additional 89 months for the murder of the Jane Doe. Fast forward now to about 2002. A resident of Blue Earth, Minnesota named Deborah Anderson, well, she became intrigued with this case. And she wanted to know who this young woman was, because she had been buried in Minnesota as a Jane Doe with no name. Deborah Anderson actually raised funds in order to exhume her body and get a DNA test. So they pulled mitochondrial DNA from the body. But it wouldn't be until 2015 when they were finally able to actually identify who she was. 18-year-old Michelle Busha, who had been reported missing in 1980 from Texas. She was born on November 2nd, 1961. Michelle had one sister, and they were raised by Jehovah's Witnesses, and they were homeschooled their whole life. Michelle was known to be a very rebellious teen. As a matter of fact, she ran away from home when she was 17, where they found her 1,000 miles away in Colorado, and they brought her back home. Then in 1979, she has a big argument with her dad, and she leaves the house, angry. This is because her dad, and he admitted this, he had slapped her across her face. And unfortunately, that was the last time that he or any of the family would ever see her again. Now, it was confirmed that she was alive for some time after that, because she had been seen by people, and also she had made phone calls to her family over the course of like a few months or so. She was 18 years old at that point. However, the last time anyone could report ever seeing or hearing from her ever again was in December of 1979. And then on May 26, 1980, she happened to come across Robert, a Minnesota State Trooper. Using his authority and his power in that she was, this like lost girl, he lured her into his vehicle where he then did what he did. But he was already in prison for that a long time ago. And so the story became just finding out who she was and getting her back to her family. And thanks to some very kind and generous, strangers in Minnesota, they were finally able to find out who she was. The family was informed and they agreed to have her remains cremated, and then the cremated remains were given back to them in April of 2015. And after all those decades, she was finally back home. Something on your mind, champ, or? true crimerers. This is the unsolved case of Nathan Cross. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of this story, Nathan Cross is 21 years old, and I believe he is living in the North Preston area of Nova Scotia, Canada. It was April 24th, 2011. Local police were called to, an area called Churchill Terrace, that there was gunfire and someone had been shot. When police arrived, they see that the 21-year-old man, Nathan Cross, was on the ground bleeding. So he was rushed into an ambulance, but on the way to the hospital, he would be pronounced deceased. I'm not exactly sure how many times he was shot. The strange thing is that Nathan Cross was actually wearing body armor. He wasn't a police officer or anything like that, but he had on body armor, and that was just kind of an odd thing to police. So what they believe, they haven't confirmed it, I should say, is that he was probably someone involved in the local gun scene, to just be wearing body armor like that. So the incident started at about 6:30 p.m. when Nathan was outside of a local fire hall, when all of a sudden the gunshots rang out and Nathan was hit. Police believe that this was not a random shooting, that this was somehow targeted. I don't know if that means they think Nathan specifically was targeted or just that group. However, whoever he was with don't know who shot him, because nobody has come forward with any information with regards to his killer. And this case is still unsolved. The police there in Nova Scotia had been interviewing everyone they could, but they just appear to be getting absolutely nowhere. And this is now about 12 years or so later, because this is in 2011 when it happened, and they still have no suspects in this. They do know, however, that there were witnesses to this, and that they are urging those witnesses to please come forward with any information they have. These witnesses may be scared because of the local gun culture. Who knows, this could be gang-related, drug-related, and so maybe that's what's not compelling people to come forward. But regardless, if you have any information about the unsolved murder of Nathan Ross Cross, please call Crime Stoppers at 1-800-222-8477. You can also send a text to 274-637 and text the word TIP202. You can report your information anonymously. Every murder victim deserves justice. Please help Nathan get his. Imagine being alone in your home at night when suddenly you hear the smash of a window. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Nellie Mae Hubbard. Viewer discretion is advised. 79-year-old Nellie Mae Hubbard, whose photo unfortunately I cannot find anywhere. She lived here in this house, located on 1008 East Elm Street in Salina, Kansas. From what I understand, she was there living alone at this point. At approximately 8 p.m. on March 15, 1981, friends of Nellie would go to her home to check on her because they had not heard from her. When they got inside, they found the body of the 79-year-old woman. She was lying face up on a rollaway bed, and there was a sheet covering her face. She had 8 broken ribs. One of her ribs was completely broken in half. She had a broken bone in her throat. She had a severe injury to the back of her skull, and she had bruises on her arms, and she had several internal injuries. And then she was strangled, and that's ultimately what led to her death. She was brutally killed. I mean, this was a monstrous attack. They determined that there was a brick thrown through a window pane on one of the doors, and that's how the intruder entered. Nellie was last seen actually entering her home at approximately 9 p.m. on March 14th, 1981, so about 24 hours prior. She had been spending the day with her brother and her brother's wife, and they confirmed that she went inside the house alone. At some point, as she was getting ready for bed, because she was dressed for bed, someone broke through the window. Likely, Nellie heard this, and she went to go see what the noise was. Police theorized that she had interrupted someone trying to rob her house. The person likely thought no one lived there, or maybe they were gone. Here's the crazy part, though. This is a photo from the newspaper right here of a police officer counting cash. There was $93,000 in cash in her home. She had $100 in cash in her purse. She had $150,000 worth of certificate of deposits. None of it was taken. Not to mention a massive coin collection worth a lot of money. Not taken. Police also found a lighter that looked just like this. It was like one of those flip Zippo lighters. But it didn't belong to Nellie because she didn't smoke. So they believe this probably belongs to her killer. I don't know, however, if they have fingerprints on it or not. Unfortunately, her murder has remained unsolved. Nobody knows who entered her home that night. And nobody knows why they killed her so brutally. Did they panic after they realized someone was there, killed her, and then left? Or was it a targeted attack? Police did discover that she owned several rental properties. So police would look into the people she rented to, her tenants, because maybe there was an issue about, rents not being paid, and maybe she was harping on them for rent, possibly. They interviewed every single one of them. They got alibis from every single one of them, and they just never were able to link any of those people to her murder. And, oh, for fuck's sakes, Well, at one point, the slowly melting shoe known as Henry Lee Lucas confessed to the murder. The man who looks like the human version of gonorrhea, well, he confessed to like every crime ever committed on the face of the planet Earth ever. Well, it turns out he didn't kill Nellie, no. They quickly determined that he wasn't even possibly in the area when she was killed. So, oh God, I'm gonna throw up. So, unfortunately, as of now, Nellie Hubbard's murder, brutal murder, is still unsolved. There is no known motive. But maybe someone somewhere out there knows the truth, and maybe that someone is you. If you have any information about the murder of Nellie Mae Hubbard, please contact the police in Salina, Kansas. You can always report your information anonymously. A police officer would go out and run some errands and then would vanish off the face of the earth. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Patricia McCaslin. Viewer discretion is advised. Patricia Ann McCaslin was born on March 6th, 1938. I really don't know much else about her. I do know that at the time of this case, she was a divorced mother to 4 children. And she was a police officer with the Indianapolis Police. She had been an officer for, I think, around 14 or 15 years. On November 28th, 1983, Patricia was last seen leaving her apartment complex in her vehicle. There were witnesses who said they saw her at a Kmart a little bit later that day because she said she had gone out to run some errands. But the reality is that basically after she left her apartments, she never got back home. And even with like a couple of people who may have seen her at different stores, Patricia just vanished. She was never seen alive again. 2 days later, off a busy road nearby where she lived, her purse was found. But it didn't lead to anything in terms of finding out where she was. Then her car, her Monte Carlo, was found just left just outside of a convenience store. Also in the vicinity of where she lived in Indianapolis. No signs of a struggle in the car, no blood, no hair, nothing. And then 2 years later, there was some skeletal remains found. Eventually, those skeletal remains would be identified as that of Patricia McCaslin. She was 45 years old when she died. Allegedly, there was evidence found near her remains, and I guess with some witness statements, they were able to find a suspect. Unfortunately, I don't have a photo of that suspect. His name was John Richard Willoughby. He apparently had some connections to Patricia. I guess Patricia would work at a flea market on her off days. And John Willoughby had approached her several times and I guess made her uncomfortable. She even said she hated the man. But eventually he would be brought in for questioning based on everything and he would confess. He apparently ran into Patricia that day. And unfortunately, I really don't know much else after that other than he said that he made sexual advances that she said no to. And then he had bludgeoned her over the back of her head 3 different times, which would be confirmed with the remains being found that she had 3 skull fractures. And with that, John Richard Willoughby was convicted, and he would be sentenced to life in prison without parole. There's a possibility that he may have been responsible for other murders too, but it doesn't sound like they've ever actually been able to confirm that. But at least Patricia's killer can never hurt anyone ever again. About an hour or so before I'm filming this video, the San Diego Padres, my favorite baseball team, because I'm originally from Oceanside, California, they announced that the owner of the team, Peter Seidler, has passed away. It came as kind of a shock to everyone. I didn't really have a chance to pay attention much to the baseball season this past year because I've been so busy with all of this. And it sounds like it's a good thing I didn't because the Padres did not do so well. But I did want to say that this man right here, he pretty much single-handedly made the San Diego Padres an actual relevant team. They haven't been relevant since they were probably in the World Series back in '98. This man spent a lot of money to bring a lot of fantastic players to the Padres. They were in the playoffs in 2020. They were in the playoffs in 2022. And that is because of this man right there. He took a team that basically everyone would always just shit on and they weren't relevant, and he made them a nationally known baseball team. But more importantly, this man, by literally every single account, was like the most generous person you'd ever meet. And he was like a genuine baseball fan. He donated his time and his money to those who needed it. He contributed a massive amount to the San Diego community and the baseball community. He wasn't just like this rich baseball owner, swimming around in money. He used everything he had to make sure that the people, the community, was taken care of. Everyone described him as like the kindest man you'd ever meet. And I just wanted to say rest in peace to him and thank you to him. And then I want to give a big cue to a man named Jason Stark, baseball columnist, writer, whatever the hell he is. An hour after the team announced that Peter Seidler died, he tweets this: "Rest in peace to Peter Seidler. No owner in baseball was a greater cheerleader for his city and his team." Could have stopped there, but he didn't. He may have spent above his team's means, but he refused to accept the popular notion that San Diego was just another small market that couldn't compete. So an hour after the man dies, you have to throw in some jab. He spent too much money that the team didn't have, and they didn't make it to the World Series. You just tweeted to the baseball world that a man who just died was pretty bad at spending money. This was not necessary to say an hour after they say he's dead. So disrespectfully from me and the entire community of San Diego, go fuck yourself, Mr. Stark. And rest in peace to a wonderful man. There were bodies just all over his house. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Poughkeepsie Killer. Viewer discretion is advised. Kendall Francois, who looks like a long-lost member of the Klump family, well, he lived in Poughkeepsie, New York. He lived here in this house with his mom and his sister. On September 1st, 1998, a local woman in the area would file a report against Kendall for trying to sexually assault her. This woman was a sex worker, and she said that he was a frequent customer of hers. So he was arrested for that, and when he was detained, he confessed to a murder. The murder of Katina Newmaster. She had been reported missing in August of 1998, and she was one of at least 8 women who had vanished in the Poughkeepsie area, dating back to 1996. Those women were Wendy Myers, Gina Barone, Catherine Marsh, Kathleen Hurley, Mary Giacconi, Sandra French, Audrey Puglisi, whose photo I cannot find, and then Katina Newmaster, and then finally Michelle Eason. Most of these women were sex workers in the area. But the unusual thing is that everyone seemed to know that all of these women were missing. You just don't see that a lot with sex workers. People just tend to not care or forget, But at any rate, Kendall Francois had confessed to killing Katina Newmaster. So they searched his home. His house is disgusting. When the police arrived, they said it smelled like death, like fecal matter, urine, garbage. They would describe it as the most disgusting smell they've ever smelled. And that's because there were bodies inside of his house. They would find the remains of 8 women, He had severed their body parts. He had torsos in the attic. He had body parts in a crawl space underneath his house. He had skulls just in different locations. He kept all of these parts as trophies. And the unbelievable thing is that his mom and sister said, yeah, they noticed the horrific smell. But some speculate that they were in denial, that they didn't want to acknowledge that he had dead bodies in the house. He told them it was just some dead raccoon. I guess they believed it? I don't know. So all of the victims I named were found in the house, except for Michelle Eason. Her remains were not located in the home. However, it is widely suspected that Kendall Francois, aka the Poughkeepsie Killer, was likely her killer, but he did not confess to murdering her, and she to this day has not been found. He was initially charged in 1 murder, but then he would end up confessing to 8 murders. He got 8 life sentences. One of his last victims gave him AIDS, and he died from it in 2014. When she went missing, they just wanted to know where she was. And sadly, the answer was closest to home. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Riley Crossman. Viewer discretion is advised. Riley Crossman was born on December 22nd, 2003 in West Virginia. She was one of 4 kids. She had 1 sister and 2 brothers. Riley was described as a talented young girl. She was a natural artist, a talented dancer, and the singing voice of an angel. She was always like a helpful and caring person, but at the same time, she was a 15-year-old girl at the time of the story, and she could be a bit stubborn. And one person would say that she was as dramatic as a teen girl could come. Maybe a little bit of a rebellious streak in her, but at the end of the day, she was a good, well-behaved kid. By 2019, her parents are separated, and she lives primarily with her mom, but would also spend time with her dad. She was also dating a young man named Hayden. On May 7th, 2019, everything would change. She would get home from school at about 3:30 p.m. Her mom was working 2 jobs, and when her mom got home at 10 p.m. that night, the door to Riley's bedroom was closed. Her mom was feeling kind of ill, and so she just went straight to bed. The next morning, however, Riley's bedroom door was still closed, and then when she went in there, Riley was gone. Riley's grandma was also at the house, and she was allegedly the last person to see her. She called the school. She found out that Riley didn't go to school that day. Riley's boyfriend, Hayden, she called him, and he said, I haven't seen her all day either. Riley wasn't answering any of her text messages or phone calls, so then a missing persons report was filed. Also living at the house was this man, Andy McCauley, and he was the mom's boyfriend. I think his initial story was he didn't even see her come home because he was asleep on the couch. A little more than a week later, on May 16th, 2019, Riley's body was found, and it was found at the Tuscarora Pike. Her body was in a large black trash bag. Even though they could not determine her cause of death because she had been badly decomposed, because she was in a trash bag, they realized that this was definitely a homicide. Her body had like this white chalky substance all over it, and they kind of thought it was like drywall. She was partially clothed, and some of her clothing was ripped, but they also couldn't determine if she was sexually assaulted or not. So the first people they interview is her mom, her biological father, and her grandma. All of them had confirmed alibis. All of them were ruled out. However, Andy McCauley struck them as someone a bit suspicious. So a neighbor would report seeing a pickup truck in their driveway, which was weird because they didn't have a pickup truck. And this was the day she would have been taken and possibly killed. Andy didn't have a driver's license and therefore didn't even have a car. So whose truck was that? Turns out it was his work truck. So police had found several CCTV cameras that were able to capture kind of around the home. And they picked up this truck driving near it. And then this is just another image of the truck, and it's just, they basically were looking for the truck that the neighbor described seeing in the driveway, and they found it, all over the place. They determined that that was a truck from Andy McCauley's job site. So Andy kept saying, well, I was asleep at the house most of the day, but I was also working a lot that day, so it couldn't have been me, I didn't do anything. Plus, I don't have a driver's license, I can't drive, so it's not my car. Well, they found out that Andy had actually borrowed the work truck from a coworker, and he had been gone for about 5 hours, basically the morning or the day after she would have gone missing. So when he finds out that the police know about him being gone, he says, okay, I was out buying illegal substances. That's why I didn't want to tell you. He said where he went, and they verified he did not go there. He just kept lying and lying and lying, and they kept catching him in lies. They also found out on the day that Riley would have been killed, he had been calling another coworker that day asking if he could move in with them, which indicates that he may already be planning to run away. He also was telling police, well, you can't prove that it was even the work truck anyway that was seen in the driveway. Well, they could. You see, when they looked in the truck, they found a white chalky substance that looked just like drywall. They compared it to the same substance found on Riley's body. It was a match. It was the same thing. They also found these two unique screws with her body. They were used for construction or whatever, and those same screws were also found in the back of that truck. So they can say with pretty much certainty that that was the truck used to dispose of her body. So he would do another interview, but he would be arrested and charged with her murder. The thing is they couldn't find a motive as to why he did it, because they couldn't prove that he sexually assaulted her, and he kept saying that he was super high, like he was way out of his mind, on substances. And to be fair, a lot of the evidence was circumstantial. But the physical evidence of the drywall and the screws, and by the way, I don't know if the grandma lived there and she didn't just notice that he was there or what, or maybe she had left at some point, I'm not sure. But the point is that at some point that day that she went missing, Andy McCauley went into her room. They found tiny traces of blood mixed with saliva on her pillow. So they think he may have suffocated her and pressed her face against the pillow. And then he left her body in the house for some time, just hoping the mom wouldn't check the bedroom. And then he disposed of her body the next day. But he left too much evidence behind. And so he was convicted and sentenced to 2 life sentences, and he will not ever get parole. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Roy and Angie Woodley. Viewer discretion is advised. This particular case happened just outside of Fresno, California. From what I understand, Roy and Angie Woodley, they married officially in 1968. I believe they each had children from previous relationships. But 73-year-old Roy and 71-year-old Angie were just madly in love with each other. Through thick and thin, through all the ups and the downs, they just stuck together. And unfortunately, they would end up dying together, and very brutally. It was July 22nd, 2005, when Angie's daughter from a previous relationship would go to their home. And unfortunately, she discovered both of them had been killed. The coroner would report that both of them had been stabbed many, many times. Roy had 30 stab wounds and Angie had 14. So this was like an absolute rage killing. More than likely, this was done by someone they knew, and it was very personal. There were some indications that they both had tried to fight back, but were obviously, unfortunately, unsuccessful. Despite the extensive stabbing, which usually means the killer would cut themselves, they found no other DNA at the house other than theirs. There were no fingerprints whatsoever. There were no shoe impressions. There was no signs of forced entry. So police started to look within their bubble. Perhaps a close friend or a family member, ex-lovers, jilted co-workers. That's when police found out about Philip Woodley. He was Roy's son, and the two of them apparently had a falling out way back in 1982. Police asked him some questions with regards to the murders. He said, yeah, I talked to them in the days beforehand, but I didn't do this. Well, not according to his friend, Jeffrey Rancor. He would go to police and he would confess. You see, Jeffrey and Philip were illegal substance abusers. In particular, the stuff that Walter White made. So one day, Philip asked Jeffrey, hey, do you want to go rob my dad's house and my stepmom's house? Jeffrey is just high and says, okay. According to Jeffrey, when the two of them go to the house, they have a conversation with Roy and Angie, but it quickly turns sour. Jeffrey orders his dad and stepmom to the ground. Roy thinks it's a joke until he realizes that Philip is serious. Eventually, both men would bound the two of them separately with extension cords and duct tape. Jeffrey says he heard Philip screaming at his dad, saying, you never gave me anything. You never did anything for me. And according to Jeffrey, Roy responded to Philip by saying, that's not true. I love you. And then Jeffrey tells police at that point, Philip then takes a knife and he stabs both of them until both of them are dead. Unfortunately, Philip really didn't leave any trace of him behind, neither did Jeffrey. However, police had Jeffrey's confession, his sworn statement. He was not aware that this was going to turn into a murder. He thought this was just going to be a robbery. Plus, he was also high out of his mind. Well, police would quickly learn that Philip had gone to other family members after the murders and basically asked them to lie on his behalf, to lie for him, with regards to connections to the murders. When police found out about that, coupled with Jeffrey's confession, both men were arrested. Jeffrey would end up taking a plea deal in which he would have to testify against Philip. And unbelievably, he was only sentenced to 18 years in prison, and he could get parole. Philip would elect to go to trial. He did not want to plead out. And so Jeffrey testified against him, and he was really kind of the star evidence, really. Because again, they did not have any physical evidence whatsoever. And Philip just constantly denied it. But the confession and that testimony was damning. And so Philip Woodley was convicted of both murders, and he would be sentenced to 2 life sentences. It sounds like he just had this built-up anger and aggression and this feeling of being unloved by his dad for decades, and he finally decided to just do what he did. May he rot in his prison cell for eternity. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Sabrina Eisenberg. Viewer discretion is advised. Sabrina Eisenberg was born on June 27th, 1997, and she was the 3rd child in the family. She had an older brother and an older sister, and their parents were Steve and Marlene Eisenberg. On November 23rd, 1997, Marlene Eisenberg would make that 911 call you heard at the beginning of this video. Her 5-month-old baby Sabrina was missing. According to Steve and Marlene, when they woke up that morning, Marlene noticed that their laundry room door was open, and I guess that laundry room door led to the garage. They had left the main garage door open that night, and they left the laundry room door unlocked. And by the way, this is in Valrico, Florida. When police arrive, they notice there is no forced entry in the home. It seems like whoever did this entered through the garage. They also have this little alleyway here, but none of the windows were pried open, there was no dust disturbed, there were no footprints underneath the window. There was no signs that anyone entered that house forcibly. Immediately, the police and then eventually the public, because of the media, they thought that Steve and Marlene's behavior, their mannerisms were off, that Marlene seemed cold. There was even footage of them after Sabrina was taken where they're both smiling. Even grieving people smile from time to time, folks. There would be rumors that circulated through witnesses that it looked like Sabrina may have had some slight bruises on her before her disappearance, and that she had some hair cut off of her head. But nobody can corroborate that. Police kept zeroing back in on the parents, and it seemed like they thought that the parents had killed her and disposed of her somewhere. That being said, the police still tried to pursue other potential leads and tips, but it never brought them to anything or anyone. 2 years after Sabrina's disappearance, they arrest the Eisenbergs. They were charged with making false statements to authorities. The police were able to do wiretaps on their home. They claim that the 2 of them are caught on audio saying things like, quote, "The baby's dead and buried," unquote. And then another quote from Marlene to Stephen, "It was found dead because you did it. The baby's dead no matter what you say. You just did it." Police then claim that there was an audio recording where Stephen talked about some family pact they made. And they also claim that the 2 of them were discussing what to say to police and also saying, quote, "We will do what we have to do," end quote. And then another recording that Stephen said, quote, "I wish I hadn't harmed her," end quote. So because of this, they were not charged with kidnapping or murder. They were charged specifically with falsifying information to police, basically. But then their defense team hired FBI experts to analyze those tapes of the so-called wiretap recordings. They could not hear what the police claimed they said they heard. They could not hear any of these bizarre confessions about, hurting the baby. The recordings were so muffled that you apparently couldn't understand anything they were saying, not really. And the recordings that you could make out, they said, the FBI person said, were taken way out of context. So they ended up dismissing all charges against the Eisenbergs. And eventually they would win a lawsuit of about $1 million. But what about baby Sabrina? Where is she? What happened to her? It's not known. The police and the FBI, they have literally gone into all bodies of water in the area, have physically searched the mud underneath with their own hands. They have done so many dives and they've never found anything. They dusted for fingerprints all over the house. Nothing. They confiscated their cars at the time. Got nothing from them. This is Marlene and Stephen today. They would end up moving away from Florida and move to Maryland with their 2 children. And I gotta be honest with you, that 911 phone call that Marlene made that I played at the beginning sounded incredibly real and legit to me. She sounded genuinely distressed and terrified. She did not sound like someone who was, reading a script or, just playing a part. That sounded like a genuinely distraught mother whose baby is now missing. These are several age progression photos of what Sabrina may look like as she grows up. There is kind of hope out there, and the belief that I think the parents have said is that they honestly think that someone walked into the house and stole Sabrina because it was someone who wanted a baby but couldn't have one. So they took one. It's happened before. I mean, that's not new. So it's completely plausible that's what happened. And that Sabrina Eisenberg may be out there somewhere still. Sabrina would be about 26 years old today. If you have any information about what happened to Sabrina Eisenberg, or if you know where she is currently, you can actually call the NCMEC at 1-800-THE-LOST or the Hillsbury County, Florida Sheriff's Department at 813-247-8200. They were planning for a delayed Thanksgiving dinner, but what they got instead was a slaughter. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Privacki family murders. Viewer discretion is advised. Pictured here is 18-year-old Seth Privacki. He was a senior at Reiths Puffer High School in Muskegon, Michigan. Fellow students at school would call him a relatively good kid. He was quiet, he didn't really talk much, but he did still get into some serious trouble. In 1997, he stole beer from the place he was working at, and then he would sell that alcohol to underage kids. He also was caught shoplifting at other stores. So he was sentenced to 10 days in a county youth home. He had to attend counseling, and he was prescribed Wellbutrin. On the evening of November 28, 1998, Seth Privacki would go into a local store and trying to buy .22 caliber ammunition. This is an image from that attempted purchase, however, he was denied. Apparently this was due to his age, but he still managed to get a hold of some .22 caliber ammunition anyway. The rest of the Privacki family, which included his parents, his grandfather, his brother, and his brother's girlfriend, they were having a delayed Thanksgiving meal because they couldn't do it on actual Thanksgiving, so they're having it that Sunday instead. At approximately 12:45 p.m. that day, his father would leave the house to pick up the grandfather, and when that happened, Seth would walk up behind his brother and put 2 rounds in the back of his head. He shot him dead. All of this while his mom was in the shower. When she stepped out of the shower, he then shot her dead. He then heard his father pulling into the garage with his grandfather. He walked in and he shot both of them dead. That's when his brother's girlfriend, April Boss, showed up to the house unexpectedly. She saw the bodies. So he then shot her in the head and killed her. His father's name was Stephen. His mother was Linda. His grandfather was John. And his brother's name was Jed. After committing 5 murders, he would then call his good friend, Stephen Clayton Wallace, to come help him move the bodies around the house to make it look like a robbery, and then help him dispose of the weapons, which he did. He helped with all of it. The bodies were discovered when April Boss's parents came to the house around midnight looking for their daughter because they couldn't find her. When those parents arrived, Seth was still there with his friend. They saw this and they fled. They quickly realized that Seth Pravaki was responsible for this. So a manhunt began and they searched for 13 hours before finally finding him. Seth initially said it was his brother that did it. And then his brother ended his own life, except a gun wasn't found anywhere near his brother. And then eventually he just confessed. He said it was because his family turned on him. His father was punishing him too much. Seth got life in prison without parole. Seth was shot dead attempting to escape prison.
How do you say the name of this store? I say Aeropostale.
Oh, no you don't, because nobody says it like that, okay? It's Aeropostale.
I pronounce it Worcestershire. Along a dark stretch of road in Maryland, a young woman would lose her life. Hello, true crimeers. This is the case of Stephanie Roper. Viewer discretion is advised. Stephanie was born on January 18th, 1960, and that was in Maryland. She was one of 5 siblings. At the time of this case, she is 22 years old. She was attending Frostburg State College as an honors student. And she really loved art. She was actually preparing to do an art show. But sadly, about a month or so before that art show would happen, Stephanie would be killed. It was April 3rd, 1982. That night, Stephanie was out with some friends. They were just having a good time. They had gone to a bar in Washington, D.C., but she was not intoxicated because she was basically the driver. So after the bar, she would drop her friend off at their home in Maryland. And then Stephanie would proceed on her way back to her home. It would take her to a very dark and rural road when, from what I understand, she would end up having 3 flat tires. So she was pulled off to the side of the road. And then she was never seen by anyone ever again. Later, her car was found, and it was like a mile or so away from where her friend lived. After 8 days of searching for Stephanie, she would be found. She had been dismembered, she had a fractured skull, she had a gunshot wound to her head, and she had been set on fire. And killers love to talk. They love to brag. Thank God they do. 17-year-old Jerry Beatty would brag to his, friends or family that he helped kill Stephanie. And his 25-year-old friend, Jack Ronald Jones, helped him do it. So the friend that heard this went to police. Jack and Jerry would be arrested, and essentially they would say what happened. They didn't know Stephanie. They saw her stranded on the side of the road and pretended they were going to offer her a ride to her friend's house. But instead they drove past the friend's house. They found some abandoned shack in the woods where both men would sexually assault Stephanie, and because one of them said the other person's name, they feared now that Stephanie could identify them. So they had a logging chain that they used to fracture her skull. They then shot her. They severed off her hands, and then they burned her. And why? Just because, I guess. Both men would go to trial, and both men would be convicted and sentenced to 2 consecutive life sentences each, and they could be eligible for parole after 24 years. For whatever reason, the courts did not allow the Roper family to be involved in the trials. They also did not allow them to do victim impact statements, which is very strange. So Roberta Roper, Stephanie's mom, she, working alongside some politicians, they started the Crime Victims Act in 2004. The entire point of it was to grant the family permission to be completely involved in any criminal case, meaning they could attend the trial, they could participate, and that they could give victim impact statements. She, along with Stephanie's dad, started the Stephanie Roper Committee and Foundation, and this is all about lobbying and advocating for victims' rights, for the rights of victims' family members. This would later be changed, the name would be changed to the Maryland Crime Victims Resource Center, or the MCVRC. And Roberta has dedicated her life to all of this, all in the name of her daughter Stephanie. Maryland would name a portion of a highway after Stephanie. And so Stephanie and her story and her legacy, it will live on forever. You wish, those things didn't need to exist, because Stephanie should be alive. But at least, you get a silver lining, you get some positives out of this. And now, thanks to her mom, victims' families, they now have a much stronger voice. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Sunderland Strangler. Viewer discretion is advised. Pictured here is Sunderland, a port city in England. And in the 90s, unfortunately, it was home to a horrific serial killer. Towards the end of November of 1993, the badly burned body of a young man was found inside of a shed in an allotment. The body would be identified as that of 18-year-old Thomas Kelly. He had gone missing a short time prior. In February of 1994, another badly burned body of a young man was found inside this building. That body would be identified as 15-year-old David Hansen. And then at the end of that same February of 1994, another body was discovered of another young man, this time in an abandoned allotment. 15-year-old David Grief. All three bodies were burned, and police believed that this was obviously meant to try to hide not only their identities, but also trying to eliminate any evidence they may have had on their bodies. Initially, their deaths were ruled as actually being related to glue sniffing. Because of how badly their bodies were burned, it was difficult to determine their cause of death, but that whole glue sniffing thing would later be changed when they ruled that all three of these young men had been strangled to death, which is where the term the Sunderland Strangler came in, because this was clearly the same MO, and these were more than likely done by the same person. All three of these boys had attended the same school. After doing a very thorough investigation, they came to the conclusion that the likely suspect was this man, Stephen Grieveson. And a lot of the suspicions had to do with the fact that he was actually arrested for burglarizing the same exact place that one of the victims was found at. So Stephen would end up being charged with those three murders. The Crown Court would basically state that they believe the motive was he killed all three of those young men to hide the fact that he was a homosexual. That the motive was likely sexual in nature and had to kill them once they could have revealed that he was gay. He was convicted of all three murders, and he was given 3 life sentences, and he could be paroled after 35 years. In 2004, he would write a letter basically finally admitting that he was the one to kill all three. And then in 2012, apparently he grew a conscience and admitted to one more murder. The 1990 murder of 14-year-old Simon Martin. He had been strangled as well. Steve said his murder was an accident, but Stephen was then convicted of that murder and got 1 more life sentence. So now he can't ask for parole until 2048. It took them 25 years to finally get a conviction, even though the killer was there from the very beginning. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Susan Shoemake. Viewer discretion is advised. Susan Kathleen Shoemake was born on July 5th, 1960 in Chicago Heights, Illinois. At the time of this story, she's attending Southern Illinois University in Carbondale, and she was 21 years old. Susan was actually studying in radio television. And at the time of this case, she's actually working at the radio station there on campus. On the night of August 17th, 1981, she left her work at the radio station at approximately 6 p.m. Susan was expected to be attending a dinner with her friends just shortly after this, but she never arrived to the dinner. Later that night, the friend she was supposed to have dinner with told her roommates, "Hey, I'm not sure why she didn't show up." And the roommates were like, "Well, that's weird. She's not home either." So around 3 o'clock in the morning, they report her missing. The following evening, on August 18th, the police would search a trail that was popular for the students to use, and it was a way to basically cut through, I guess, over the highway. But there was a lot of overgrown weeds, there was a lot of thick shrubs, and within those shrubs, as they're looking, they find a body, soon confirmed to be the body of 21-year-old Susan Shoemake. She had on her hoodie and her shoes, but her pants and her underwear were removed and lying next to her. Susan was sexually assaulted, and she had been severely beaten, and then she was strangled to death. Her backpack was missing from the get-go, and 6 months later, it turned up. It had been found floating in Piles Fork Creek. Everything was in it except for her wallet. That has never been recovered. While searching the area, and this is kind of close to where Susan's body was eventually found, they find this little red bag. Inside that bag was a pill bottle prescribed to a man named Daniel Wollison. At the time, Daniel Wollison was a 22-year-old who was living nearby in an apartment complex doing maintenance work. He was questioned with regards to the murder of Susan Shoemake. He said he had nothing to do with it. He did provide a hair sample, but they also asked him for DNA because they found DNA on her body. He refused to do so. This was also in 1981 when they didn't really even have the technology yet to even definitively match it to anyone. So they let him go. Another suspect that came up was a man named John Paul Phillips. He was a suspect in 3 murders in that area. Eventually, he is convicted of sexual assault and murder, and he is sentenced to death for unrelated murders. He always denied being involved in Susan's murder, but he did say that he hoped she suffered. Because that's the piece of shit he is. He's dead now. He died of a heart attack while waiting to be executed. They would exhume his body down the road to get DNA. It didn't match. They had a couple other suspects over the years, but they never had any evidence to link those suspects to the murder either. Then, by 2001, shortly after they had exhumed the body of John Paul Phillips and tested his DNA, which was not a match, they then decided to circle back to one of their very first suspects, Daniel Wollison. It was his little toiletry bag with his prescriptions found within, several feet of where the body was found. And they had hair samples that was found on her body back then. They tried to compare his hair that he did give them to the hair found, but it wasn't a conclusive match back then. And since that's all they had, they couldn't do anything about it. So they had to get creative in trying to find his DNA, because now, fast forward to 2001 or so, he is not giving his DNA still. Authorities found out he had literally just sold his car, and the authorities managed to get to that car before the new owner could really do much with it. In the car, they find a whole bunch of cigarettes. From what I understand, the new owner did not smoke, and that these were there when he purchased the car. So they took all of those cigarette butts and they tested all of them for DNA. One of those butts came back with DNA matching the DNA found on Susan Shoemake's body. It took a couple more years, I guess, for all of this to kind of come out and for them to really get the warrants to arrest him. In 2004, he is arrested and charged with the murder of Susan Shoemake. They collect a DNA sample from him at this point because now he has to provide it, and it is a match. He had said previously he had never met Susan Shoemake before. He didn't even know who she was, according to him back then. Well, your DNA is now found on her deceased body. Back at the time of the murder, he had just been paroled a few months prior to the murder. He had been in prison for burglary charges, and then a couple months later, he sexually assaults and kills Susan Shoemake. Now 46 years old, he goes to trial for her murder, and he is found guilty in 2006. And he was sentenced to 40 years in prison. He will be close to 90 years old when he is free. Years after the murder took place, they would build this overpass, a well-lit overpass, over the pathway in which she was basically taken, sexually assaulted, and murdered. It was always considered a dangerous path to walk, but many students did it all the time. And they have now named this pathway the Susan Shoemake walkway. You just wish that walkway never had to be named after her, because maybe she would actually still be alive. But at least she got her justice. Thanksgiving Day, a briefcase, and an explosion. And it would all lead to a wrongful conviction. Hello, true crimeers. This is the Thanksgiving case of the Blount family bombing. Viewer discretion is advised. This particular story takes place near Lake Worth, Texas. The Blount family lived in the Hilltop Mobile Home Park near Lake Worth, Texas, and on Thanksgiving Day, they had everyone over for dinner. It was November 28th, 1985. The family that was there that day included the dad, Joe Blount, his daughter, Angela Blount, and Angela's cousin, Mike Columbus. And there were several other people there as well. They had a wonderful Thanksgiving dinner. It was over by about 5 p.m., and then the family decided to go their separate ways. At approximately 9 p.m., Joe's wife Susan decides to lay down and just rest for a bit, while Joe, he would drive Angela, Mike, and another relative named Robert to a nearby convenience store. They were going to get some ice cream and some drinks and stuff. While everyone is out, Susan, when she's laying down, hears a knock at the door. She goes to the front, she looks out the window but doesn't see anyone, so she goes back to rest in her bed. When the others get home, when they walk up to the door, they see that there is a briefcase just resting on their doorstep. They thought, oh, maybe someone, dropped off an early Christmas present now that Thanksgiving is over. Or they didn't really know what it was. But they just assumed that someone from the family left it there, so they brought it inside. Once inside, they placed it onto the countertop, and then Angela flipped the latches, opened it, and then an explosion. Joe, Angela, and Mike were killed instantly. Another relative, Robert, who was there back in the house, was seriously injured. His shoes apparently were caught on fire and melted to his feet. But this is the damage it did. This is the actual trailer. This is how severe that bombing was. So when police arrive, they're trying to look for any type of clues, any evidence that they can. When they're kind of questioning the neighbors, a neighbor across the street from them tells police that, he had been involved, the neighbor had been involved in illegal weapon sales. He told police he thought maybe he was the intended victim of this briefcase bomb, and that maybe someone dropped it off on the wrong doorstep. But police couldn't find any evidence to corroborate that. They couldn't find any evidence really at all. There was no physical evidence to actually connect this to anyone. And so the case went cold for about 10 years. That's when a man named Michael Toney came into the picture. Michael had been in jail at that time 10 years later for an unrelated burglary charge. Well, another inmate would come forward to say that Michael had confessed to the bombing. So police would then go to Michael's wife, Kim, and say, do you know anything about this, about his involvement in this? She says, no, there's no way he did this. She said, Michael killing people in a bomb? That's insane. But then later she comes back and changes her story. She said she remembers seeing him with a briefcase with bombs in it. And that on the day of the bombing, she was in the vehicle with him when they'd gone to a propane store. Michael took the briefcase and he walked across the street from the propane place where a mobile home park was. When he came back, he no longer had the briefcase. Then another cellmate of his would come forward to say that Michael confessed that he was paid $5,000 for this briefcase bombing, implying that someone hired him to do it. The problem is that particular inmate who told police this information, he was facing some serious charges. And for his testimony, those charges would be dropped. But police seemed to not really care, and they arrested Michael Toney for the Blount family bombing. But then the initial inmate who came forward to say that he had confessed to it, which is what started this whole investigation into him, he later recanted his entire thing. He said that he and Michael came up with that story so that the other inmates could get out of jail early, and that they never in a million years thought they would ever find evidence to, even arrest Michael Toney, let alone convict him. Then another friend of Michael's, Chris Meeks, would basically tell police something similar to what his wife had initially said about how, the propane store, how he walked across the street with the briefcase and came back with nothing. But then Chris Meeks changed his story 4 different times and then no longer aligned with the story that the wife told. Despite having no physical evidence whatsoever, no connection to the Blount family, or a connection to that one guy across the street who sold guns illegally, despite all the witnesses changing stories, despite the one inmate recanting his whole thing, he was still convicted of the 3 murders. And he was sentenced to death. Again, despite having no knowledge of how to even make a briefcase bomb, having no prior history in anything like this, no physical evidence, no fingerprints, no DNA, they couldn't trace purchases of any of the items found with the bomb to him. It's unbelievable that he still got the death sentence. But then in 2008, the Texas Court of Criminal Appeals overturned his conviction because they learned that the prosecution withheld 14 pieces of evidence that contradicted all of the witness statements, and that Michael Toney likely could not have even done the crime. So he was released. 1 month later, he died in a car accident. And this case is still unsolved. A fun day of Thanksgiving activities would end in gunshots and 2 people dead. Hello, true crimerers. This is the Thanksgiving case of Kimberly Riley and Jeremy Britt Bayinthawong. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of this case, Kimberly Riley was 19 years old. She was originally from Hawaii, but would eventually find herself in Tacoma, Washington. Kimberly was an animal lover, and she had hoped to attend veterinary school, and she was attending the University of Washington. Jeremy Britt Bayinthawong was just 5 years old at the time of this case. He was just a happy kid, and his favorite thing to do was just ride his bike around the neighborhood. On November 28, 2002, Thanksgiving Day, Jeremy's grandparents who lived in this home were hosting Thanksgiving. Now, Kimberly was actually not a member of the family. Her brother was just really good friends with the family, and so they just invited her along with him. There were roughly 25, 30 people in the house throughout the day. They were watching football, playing games, they were cooking. They were just doing your typical thing you would do on Thanksgiving Day with the family. The dinner was delicious, and they all had a great time. But the day would end in an absolute nightmare. After dinner, about 12-ish people went down to the basement level where they had a pool table and a TV, and they were just continuing the fun. The kids were watching the movie Men in Black, and the basement had windows that faced towards the street. At 10:05 p.m., out of the blue, gunshots rang out. This is the exact window where all of the bullets had gone through. There was also a few bullets that entered through the wall underneath the window. 4 people who were hanging out in the basement were struck by the bullets. A woman named Harmony Spencer, who was actually cuddling up with Jeremy at the time watching the movie, she was hit in her arm, her stomach, and her back. A man named Jeff Spencer was shot in the foot, and unfortunately this would lead to him having difficulties for the rest of his life when it came to walking. Those 2 survived. But 19-year-old Kimberly and 5-year-old Jeremy did not survive. They had both been shot and were pronounced dead later at a hospital. Based off witness testimonies and ballistics, they determined that the shooter was pretty much where this detective is. That's how close the shooter was to the window. Witnesses had seen a late model Ford pickup truck, possibly 70s, maybe 80s, and the truck had like a light colored canopy. It was very dark and foggy this particular evening, so witnesses had a hard time really describing the exact color and all that of the truck. So this is the Britt house where the shooting happened. So the witnesses would see the person, the shooter, running down the street this direction and then turned this way, and they went down this street after hopping into the truck and the truck taking off. No one really got a good look at the actual shooter, however, so no description was ever given. Back at the house, there were no fingerprints, there were no shoe impressions, foot impressions, there was no DNA left behind. Police have not revealed the caliber of the bullets. However, they have revealed that they have plugged the bullet information into their system, and those bullets have not been used, or the gun that was used had not been used in any previous shootings that have been, reported. And here's the crazy thing. 2 years prior, in 2000, the same exact house, when the Brits were still living in it, there was another shooting where someone walked up to the house and fired several rounds into it, but no one was injured or killed or anything in that one. And then 2 years later, it happens again at the same house to the same family. The thing, though, is that so the curtains were closed pretty much at the time of the shooting. So the killer was just firing blindly into the house, not even knowing who at all they were hitting, or even knowing if anyone was down there. There were also people upstairs, there were 10 more people upstairs. Police found no connections to anyone in that house to any criminal wrongdoings in the past. No one was a part of any gangs. There was no drug use, no felonies. This was just a good, normal family. So they weren't sure if this was just a random shooting or if it was a targeted attack. But then what about that previous shooting? Because that would make it seem targeted. Or was this house just that unlucky? They also think, well, what if this was just the wrong target? What if they were trying to get at someone else. The motive behind this attack is really not known, and that's because they don't know who did it. And there was no one who was in that house who had any criminal record or any criminal past and no connections to any criminals or gangs or anything. They have interviewed all of the neighbors. They interviewed other family members who weren't even there. They have interviewed as many people as they can think of, but they have gotten no leads. And now you have two victims, a 19-year-old girl and a 5-year-old child. Just completely innocent bystanders in whatever this was attempted to be. They speculated maybe they just shot at the house not intending to actually hurt anyone. Maybe they were just goofing around. But no, the person walked up to the house, fired these rounds, and then left. But why? And who? Someone somewhere out there knows the truth, and perhaps that someone is you. If you have any information, please call 253-591-5959. Oh, Jesus.
I'm more likely to suffocate from a poncho than...
Can you shut up?
Here we go.
Jesus. I'm wet. Before the ride even starts, I'm wet.
Wettest water ride in the country, apparently.
So is your mom.
Well, Valhalla was pretty intense, wasn't it?
No. Are we going straight to heaven on this, or...?
Yeah, what these are?
Those are clouds.
I'm not sure, you know, they're building a water park.
They're clouds.
Like a little Eden project. I've got water on the camera already.
Oh,
sorry about that, everybody. It flies down. It flies. Goodbye, Poncho.
Ah! That's how you sound, idiot. Oh. Hello, true crimerers. This is another Deaths at Theme Parks. Viewer discretion is advised. Today's story takes us to the Oakwood Theme Park, which is located in the UK. The ride in question today, Hydro. And pretty much this is it. That's what it does. It goes up, 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 and then down, down, down. Its highest point is roughly 100 to 120 feet or so. Well, in April of 2004, a 16-year-old girl was on the ride with some friends, which you are basically in what looks like, I guess, a boat that goes up, you know, the big track, and then eventually goes down. Well, she was at the highest point when, you know, all of a sudden, she, along with another individual, fall out of the boat 120 feet to the water below. And that's essentially almost like hitting cement from that height. Again, this is kind of like the perspective of the highest point. The water isn't exactly super deep either. The other individual who fell with her managed to survive with some injuries. She was also hospitalized, but eventually she would die from numerous internal injuries. The other individual, honestly, was just incredibly lucky to survive. It would be revealed that, I guess they checked CCTV footage, and they determined that the ride's operators were not really well known for checking to make sure the buckles and the belts and all that were done properly. That they actually failed to check their lap bars from time to time. And that's basically what seemed like happened here. The theme park was fined £250,000. No one was held criminally responsible, even after the ride operators admitted they didn't check the lap bar. Unbelievable. Warning, the video I'm about to show you may be disturbing to some. It's nothing graphic, it's quick, but just wanted to give you the heads up and educational purposes only. And hello, true crimerers. This is another Deaths at Theme Parks. Viewer discretion is advised. So this particular story happened at a theme park in India, and it was the Amrapali amusement park near Concaria Lake. The ride in question was called Discovery. Essentially, you have 32 passengers on this big circular platform, and it's a pendulum ride. It goes from one side all the way up, swings to the other side all the way up. On July 14th, 2019, disaster would strike. I'm about to show you the video of the actual incident. It's not graphic, there's no gore, and it's quick. So, just another warning. So obviously what you just saw was the arm basically completely snapping in half. And then it dropped almost a perfect straight line right to the ground. And it was pretty catastrophic. There were pieces of the ride that had fractured off and blew all over the place. Most of the seats were broken in some way, shape, or form. There were about 32 people aboard when this incident occurred. 27 of those people were seriously injured, and 2 people, unfortunately, were crushed. And it's believed, from what I understand, those 2 individuals would have died instantly. So I think because it kind of landed at an angle, just based on where it exactly fell, and those 2 people were on the other side, and I believe they were crushed by their own seats. I mean, this thing weighs God knows how much. The investigation discovered that, simply put, a cable just completely snapped. All of the welding on one of those arms just, like, broke off. And then it just, as you saw, snapped in half and it collapsed to the ground. And this was probably a 30 to 40 foot free fall for everyone on board. The theme park claimed that the ride was maintained consistently, but, I mean, was it? And if there were lawsuits that came from this, it seems like those lawsuits were handled privately. But I hope at least the families of the 2 dead were compensated in some way, shape, or form, but they'll never get their loved ones back. Seeing that kind of happen in just sort of in reality really just makes me question ever wanting to go on any kind of ride ever. These are 3 deaths that occurred at theme parks, but weren't necessarily the fault of some sort of ride gone wrong. Hello, true crimerers. Viewer discretion is advised. The first story took place at Disneyland in Anaheim, California. It was 1979, and this incident took place on Space Mountain. Cheryl Ann Hoffman was on Space Mountain with her friends and family. She went through the ride once, and for some reason she fell very ill. And they're trying to get her off of the ride, and the operators are trying to signal, like, hey, just don't let the thing go yet. But the operator didn't really understand the signal, and so the ride went again with Cheryl still on it. When the ride finished the second time Cheryl was through, Cheryl came back pretty much unconscious. The medical staff at Disney was trying to do everything they could to help her, but ultimately they had to call paramedics and she was rushed to the hospital. She was in a coma for roughly a week before, unfortunately, she died. They would later discover that Cheryl had a tumor in her heart. They believe that the sudden movements of Space Mountain dislodged that tumor, and that the fragments of that tumor went through her bloodstream. And then it went to her brain, where it caused her to fall into a coma and eventually die. It's really unknown if the second go-through was what really did it, but she was very ill after the first go-through. It was just a very unfortunate incident. The second story took place at Disney World in Florida, and it actually happened right around the castle. 4-year-old Joel Good was there with his family when at some point he got separated from his family. They tried looking for him. They had the park employees looking around the entire place. And sadly, they would eventually find him in the initial location where they had gotten separated. Right by the castle, he was floating in the moat. Joel had drowned. The family would end up suing Disney World, which they actually ended up winning lawsuits and getting a couple $1 million from it. But the mother was also held partially responsible. But at the same time, the park didn't have the safety regulations up to prevent people and kids from falling in these moats and drowning. The last story happened at SeaWorld in Orlando, Florida. A man was visiting from the UK in 2009. He and his family were swimming in the Discovery Cove when he scraped his toe against some coral. This actually caused him to start bleeding, and it created an infection in his body. He became very, very ill very soon after their trip. So they actually had to take the drastic step to remove and amputate his leg. But it still didn't work. The infection spread, and just days after his leg was amputated, he died from the infection. The little things, I guess, you just never really think could happen, right? All right, here we go. So excited. So excited. Here we go. Oh, I'm not strapped in. Whoops. You too. It's done. Oh, okay, stop. No, this is too high. I'm getting really high. Oh, look at the roller coaster. This is nothing more than an outside elevator, and I don't like it. Why are you putting your hands out for? Look at my little feet kicking. What was that? Hello, true crimeers. This is another Deaths at Theme Parks. Viewer discretion is advised. Today's story takes us to California's Great America, located in Santa Clara, California. The amusement park opened in 1976, and it's approximately 112 acres. And it has 42 attractions. One of those rides is a gigantic metal peanut. It's a drop tower. That's called drop tower. They just strap you into the thing, they throw you up to the top, and then they drop you. Why are we like this? Why do we like these things? To get serious now, there was an unfortunate incident on the ride in 1999. Joshua Smurfett was there with his mother on that August 22nd day. Joshua was 12 years old at the time of the incident. At approximately 3:20 p.m., he would get on the drop zone, which would then he was strapped in. They confirmed he was strapped in, and it went up to the highest point, which was about 200 feet. Now, apparently Joshua had, mental and physical disabilities, but they were not disabilities that would prevent him from actually being able to go on the ride. But for some reason, when they got to the top of the tower, it kind of sits there for a minute, and then it suddenly drops at 60 miles per hour. Well, somewhere near the top, right as the drop was happening, Joshua Smurfett falls out of the harness, and he falls to the ground, 200 feet, landing on the pavement below. And it is believed that Joshua died instantly the moment he hit the ground. When the vessel or whatever finally got to the bottom of the tower, they noticed that the harness that he was in was still locked. It was in position. So they have no idea how he even fell out of it. Because it's not like he undid it and fell out. It was still in position. After a lengthy investigation, they determined that no one at the park was at fault and the ride was in proper condition. Seatbelts have since been added. The family sued, but I don't know the outcome. Immediately no. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Thor Christensen. Viewer discretion is advised. That's better. Thor Christensen was born on December 28th, 1957. And he was actually born in Denmark, but would eventually relocate to the States. The family would actually settle in Solvang, California. I've been there many times. Total snooze fest. By all accounts, Thor was a decent, normal kid for pretty much the majority of his young life, but then he eventually would drop out of high school and just started working. But apparently, evil was brewing inside. You see, because Thor would become a serial killer. At first, he was attributed to what was called the Isla Vista murders, or some people called them the look-alike murders. And this is because he chose victims that all had a very specific look. Long, straight-haired women with a thinner physique, and they tend to dress the same way. In January of 1977, the body of Jacqueline Rook was found. She had been reported missing in November of 1976 from Isla Vista. When she was found, she had a gunshot wound to her head. She was 21 years old. In May of 1977, 19-year-old Mary Saris, her body was located. She had been reported missing in December of 1976. She was also shot in the head. In January of 1977, 21-year-old Patricia Laney, her body was discovered. She too had gone missing in December of 1976. In May of 1979, 22-year-old Laura Sue Benjamin's body was discovered, also shot in the head. And then on April 18th, 1979, a 24-year-old woman named Lydia Preston was hitchhiking when Thor Christensen picked her up. Within moments of her getting in the car, he shot her once through her ear. Unbelievably, she survived. She jumps out of the car and manages to get away. The hospital is able to pull the bullet out of her and she recovers. A few months after her recovery, she's in a bar and she notices Thor Christensen there. She immediately goes to police. When police search Thor's car, they find a .22 caliber pistol. They run it against the ammunition found in the previous 4 murders. It was a match. It was discovered that Thor would pick up these women who were hitchhiking. He would shoot them first, wait for them to be dead for a little bit of time, and then have intercourse with their corpses. That was his driving force, necrophilia. Eventually, he was convicted of 4 murders and 1 attempted murder, and he got life in prison without parole. He wouldn't last long, though. On March 30th, 1981, at Folsom State Prison, another inmate would stab him to death. A young Indigenous woman goes missing, and like a broken record, her case is still unsolved. Hello, true crimerers. This is another missing or murdered Indigenous woman case, and it is the case of Tiffany Morrison. Viewer discretion is advised. Tiffany Alice Morrison was born on December 7th, 1981, and her family were members of the Kahnawake. Hopefully I said that right. Tiffany was described as someone who was full of energy, big sense of humor with an infectious laugh. At the time of this story, she was a mother, and she had plans to and aspirations to open up her own business one day. But that would not get to happen. On the night of June 18th, 2006, Tiffany would visit a bar, and this was with some friends in Montreal in Canada. Shortly before midnight, Tiffany would call it a night, and she would get into a cab and was supposed to be on her way home. She never made it home. She should have been there in 10 minutes, maybe less. Her family felt that something was wrong pretty much right away, because Tiffany wouldn't just not come back home. So after talking with her friends and everything, they decided to go to police and file a missing persons report. Police are like, you know what? No, she's an adult. She's 24. She just ran off on her own, obviously. Or maybe she just got really drunk and spent the night somewhere. The Kahnawake Mohawk peacekeepers, they wouldn't treat this case seriously for 16 days when they finally basically allowed a missing persons report. But the peacekeepers were ill-equipped. They weren't trained. The peacekeepers themselves says we have a lack of resources. There's not much we can do. According to witnesses, Tiffany got into a cab with an unknown man. Well, apparently the peacekeepers were able to track down that man. He said the cab driver dropped him off first, Tiffany was still in the car, and then they took off. But he does not remember anything about the taxi driver or the taxi company or anything. And then he stopped cooperating with police at that point. They asked him to take a lie detector test. He agreed. But 4 days before he was supposed to, he backed out. 4 years after she disappeared, skeletal remains were found. I guess this was near the Adirondack Junction. They were able to identify the remains eventually as Tiffany Morrison. However, they were not able to determine how she was killed. So they can't say whether or not she was murdered or not. But let's be real here. She was found in the middle of the woods. Most people don't just end up like that. Now at this point, police are finally taking it seriously. Oh, let's contact the cab company. Well, it's too late now because the cab company doesn't have records that far back anymore. So they don't know who the cab driver was. And that's where this case is. Nowhere. There is a $75,000 reward. If you have any information, please contact this number. So no hate to this commenter. I just wanted to answer the question. So they said, it's deeply sad, but I will never understand the focus on the Indigenous part. Many white and other races are missing and not found. Yeah, of course. When it comes to missing and murdered Indigenous women, or just murdered or missing Indigenous people in general, it's not so much about the quantity or the number, even though the number is actually astronomically high. And those are just the cases that have been reported. There's also a large amount of cases involving Indigenous people that aren't ever reported or covered by any news media. So it's not so much about the quantity, it's more about the response. And if you look up murdered and missing Indigenous women cases here in the United States, you will find more cases than not of there being absolutely no story behind those names. Like, I have made MMIW videos before where I covered 3 or 4 cases in 3 minutes, because each one of those cases was just a sentence. You know, this person's body was found in a ravine and it was ruled a homicide. And then that was it. There was no updates, there was no investigation, at least not reported. These, especially women, their entire lives get narrowed down to a sentence or 2. The difference is white people, especially when they go missing or are murdered, they get all the coverage in the world. Literally. Like, we can always bring up Gabby Petito, because when she went missing, there were other indigenous women who went missing and no one even knew they existed. But within a year or so of Gabby Petito's disappearance and eventual murder, there was already a movie about her. A movie. When white people go missing and get murdered, it's almost as if the news and the media and the police think that the general public cares more about them than, say, if they were to talk about a murdered or missing indigenous person. There are an astronomical amount of unsolved indigenous cases. And not just here in the United States, it's also very prevalent in Canada. They just fall off the face of the earth. And no one seems to want to give any of them attention or care or anything. No one seems to want to focus on their stories. Seriously, go to Google and just type in murdered or missing indigenous cases. You'll have a very hard time finding a lot of details about most of those stories. That is the difference. You'll find multiple podcasts about one missing white person. So, while her son lie dead in his room, she believes that the killer was still in the house. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Tony Lombardi. Viewer discretion is advised. At the time of this story, Tony Lombardi is a 22-year-old man who works at a baby food factory. Tony was also known as a ladies' man. At the time of this story, he was actually dating 3 different women. One of those women did have a boyfriend that she was living with. Tony lived with his parents in their house in Westerville, Ohio. And it was August 30th, 1990. At approximately 12:45 a.m., Cheryl Lombardi, Tony's mother, she heard a sound coming from the direction of Tony's room, like a door closing. When she gets out of her room, she goes to see if he is in there. She knocks on the door, he doesn't answer, but she sees the light is on. She enters the room and finds her 22-year-old son dead on his bed. There was blood on the sheets and there was a gun on the floor next to the bed. It was a .38 caliber semi-automatic, and then they found a spent .38 caliber casing to the right of his body on the bed. Police said this was a suicide. Tony did it himself. His parents weren't going to believe it. Cheryl would get home sometime around midnight that night. She went about her normal stuff. She was doing some laundry, and as she was going up and down the stairs, she noticed that the light underneath Tony's bedroom door was off, and she didn't hear anything from him. 45 minutes later, she's getting ready for bed. That's when she hears the sound of a door closing and some footsteps walking away. She assumes it's Tony coming home, so she gets up to go, say hi to him. That's when she notices the light under his door is now on, which is then how she discovers his body. So again, Cheryl and her husband truly believe that somebody murdered Tony. And to Cheryl, the sound she heard was the killer leaving the house. Meaning for 45 minutes, she was in that house with her son's killer. Here, Cheryl recreates the position that Tony was found in. He had 2 pillows underneath his shoulders and his head was above the pillows. The police confirm this positioning. Here's the issue. The bullet hole was right here, and she put a pencil in that hole. This would have been underneath those pillows. The trajectory of that bullet, if that's where it exited through, because the bullet was found on the wall, the trajectory doesn't make sense for him doing it himself. This would imply that he had to have been pressed down and then shot to make the pillows basically, collapse. Meaning they think that somebody was holding Tony down while someone else shot him. However, police do not believe that. Adding to the police's suicide theory, police learned that just 2 days before this, Tony was arrested for drunk driving. They found out his car was impounded. Tony was facing several fines, jail time, and also facing the fact that he may lose his driver's license. So police say that all of this basically weighed down on him, and so he ended his own life. Adding to Cheryl's suspicion, first of all, Tony was incredibly happy before this all happened, full of smiles and joy, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything. A lot of times people put on an act for others while they're secretly, hurting on the inside. But Tony also he was found with a scratch or a laceration above his left eye, a fresh scratch. He also had bruises on his chest. His jaw was broken, and his watch was found on the ground broken off of his wrist. That implies Tony was in a very recent struggle or a fight. I mentioned earlier that he was dating 3 women. One of those women was currently also dating a man who she lived with. Well, police found out, they got some tips from some witnesses, that Tony was being threatened by a couple different men. There was even a neighbor who actually witnessed a man in a pickup truck literally threatened to shoot and kill him just days prior to the death. And this was just outside of his house. A neighbor confirmed it. And then a couple days later, he's found shot dead. I don't know if they did a gunshot residue test on his hands. I also don't know where the gun came from, if it was his or the family's or what. But was Tony killed by a jealous boyfriend of one of his girlfriends? It's a strong possibility. His dad even confirms a voicemail that Tony got of another threat from a man, again specifying he would shoot and kill Tony. But police still did not think that had anything to do with this. I see it both ways. I do. I see how this could have definitely been a murder. I also see how this definitely could have been a suicide. I mean, the evidence literally points to kind of both scenarios being possible. The fact that he was bruised and scratched, the bullet trajectory doesn't make sense. The threats implies murder. But the pending jail time, losing his license, his car, that also could weigh heavily on a person's mind, and maybe he ended his own life to avoid all of that. Maybe he was embarrassed. The police closed the case. They ruled it a suicide. His parents are desperate for them to reopen this as a murder investigation, but the police seem to have no desire to do that. What do you guys think? Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of Trooper Leighton Davis. Viewer discretion is advised. Trooper Leighton Davis had been a member of the Illinois State Police for approximately 19 years. He was happily married, and he had 3 children. But on March 18th, 1976, his end of watch would come. Trooper Davis was here on the I-57, which was near Effingham, Illinois. At about 1:30 p.m., he would pull over a vehicle because it was speeding. I only have recent photos of the 2 men, but the 2 men in that car were James Taylor and Aaron Heisch. Well, one of them, as Trooper Davis approached the driver's side window, one of them had slipped a .357 Magnum into their waistband. The trooper noticed the weapon, and then this caused an argument to break out. And then a scuffle broke out as the 2 men got out of the car. Eventually, James Taylor was able to grab Trooper Davis and basically hold him down. That's when Aaron Heisch took out the .357, pointed it at Trooper Davis, and fired. He shot and killed him right then and there in broad daylight on the side of a highway. A man had noticed this happening, and he tried to come to the aid of the trooper, but then they fired the gun towards him and shot out his windshield, and so that guy was able to get away. They then crashed their car on the side of the highway and managed to abduct a woman who actually had pulled over, who wanted to help them get to whatever destination they needed to get to. They then crashed that car where their victim managed to escape. From what I understand, they got away momentarily, where one of them would call one of their moms and confess that they were the ones who killed the state trooper. And then I think a high-speed pursuit happened sometime shortly after this, in which both men were arrested. They were identified by the man who they shot at directly after the killing. They were also identified by the young woman who they had abducted. They also had the fact that they confessed to one of their moms. So they would go on trial and both of them would end up being convicted. James Taylor was sentenced to 100 to 200 years in prison. Aaron Heisch was sentenced to 150 to 300 years in prison. However, both could go for parole. In August of 2021, the 70-ish-year-old James E. Taylor was paroled. This is because he wasn't the one to actually commit the physical murder. Aaron Heisch initially was denied parole, but then he was diagnosed with Parkinson's disease and cancer. And in 2022, the 71-year-old man was given a medical parole, and he was released. The state dedicated part of the highway to Trooper Davis. Hello, true crimeers. So I have a true crime docuseries to recommend. It's on Netflix. I think it premiered on November 1st. It's called Till Murder Do Us Part, Soaring versus Haysom. It is about the brutal murders of Derek and Nancy Haysom, which took place here in their house in Lynchburg, Virginia, back in 1985. It was actually March 30th, 1985, which was literally the day after I was born. And I always think about that kind of stuff. It's weird. Like, the day after I was born and my parents are having to deal with, one, a newborn, but two, all of the insane complications I had. While that's going on, you put into perspective, like, across the country, a couple is being brutally murdered in their home. I don't know why I always, think that, while I'm doing this here, this is happening over there. I don't know. But anyway, this case, I had never heard of this case before, and it is really captivating. So essentially, it follows the daughter, Elizabeth Haysom, and her boyfriend, Jens Soring, along how maybe one of them committed the murders, maybe both of them did. Both of them get convicted with relations to the double homicide. They both point the finger at each other as being the sole party responsible. But, okay, so to those who know about this case and to those who have seen this docuseries, I personally think they both did it. That makes the most sense to me, is that they both were actually there in the house killing the parents. I don't buy that only one of them did it, while the other one was apparently creating an alibi in Washington, D.C., 4 hours away. Maybe I'll cover this case on YouTube, because it'll be a long video one day in the near future, but the docuseries just came out, so it would be kind of a weird time, but I found it really fascinating. There is literally physical evidence at the house that places both of them there. There was, one of the reasons why he was convicted was because they found blood at the crime scene that was O positive. And he had O positive blood, but they weren't able to actually, do a more thorough DNA test back then. And then many, many years later, that DNA came back as to not belonging to him. It's never matched anyone. They think it may actually be contaminated blood of the dad who was murdered. But he was also convicted on a sock impression. It's just there's so much to it. There's a lot more to it. So again, it's called Till Murder Do Us Part, Soring versus Haysom. It is on Netflix now. You should check it out. This is not a paid sponsorship. And I'm curious to know what you guys think. Yeah, so let me know. He was apparently going for a world record, but would die in one of the most unusual deaths. Viewer discretion is advised. Pictured here is Adelire Antonio de Carli. He was a Roman Catholic priest who was also a bit of a daredevil, a risk taker. He was fond of doing things like skydiving, and in April of 2008, the 41-year-old man wanted to break a record and also help a charity out. He was going to strap himself to over 1,000 helium balloons, strapped only in a harness, and float up, 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 and away. The world record he wanted to break was the most time spent in flight via balloon, which would have been 19 hours. When he was doing this, he also brought himself a parachute. He also had a GPS, and he had a radio device. And this was in Brazil. It was April 20th, 2008, and the priest would strap himself up to 1,000 balloons. He made the launch, and there was sightings of him for at least the next 8 hours or so. But after 8 hours, the sightings stopped, and now he was missing. They searched and could not find him. 2 days after he went missing, a lot of the balloons, not all, but a lot of them were found floating in the water. But he was not with them. The last known time anyone communicated with him, there was, I guess, a friend that he had radioed or called, and all he really said was, "I'm about to crash. I'm crashing." So they obviously, when they found the balloons, they determined that something happened and he crashed somewhere. 3 months after he disappeared, he was finally found. His body was found floating in the waters in southeastern Brazil. There was obviously a lot of decomposition and he was hard to visually identify, so they took DNA and determined that it was him. The working theory is that at some point after that first 8 hours where people last saw him, something happened where he became detached from the balloons, or the balloons struck something and began to separate and pop. And he would have been pretty high up, like several hundred feet at least. And so maybe when he heard the balloons breaking apart or whatever, that's when he made that call to say, "Hey, I'm gonna crash." So what they believe happened is that he became detached from the balloons and he plummeted several hundred feet into the water below. And from that distance, it would be like you landing and falling on solid cement. And so he may have been killed directly on impact or was severely injured where he couldn't move, and then he drowned. It would have been an agonizing and nightmarish few minutes. While not entirely common, sleepwalking can be deadly. Hello, true crimerers. This is the unusual death of Jared Allgood. Viewer discretion is advised. Jared Adam Allgood was born on February 2nd, 1972, and he was born in Texas. At the time of this story, he's 21 years old, living in Cedar Rapids, Iowa, in an apartment with a roommate. He was attending Kirkwood College there in Cedar Rapids. In the early morning hours of February 9th, 1993, Jared Allgood would be killed instantly when he ran directly into a semi-truck that was driving at, its normal speed. According to the driver, Jared came out of absolutely nowhere, and he had no time to react. The 21-year-old's death was ruled a suicide. Police firmly believed that he deliberately ran into the street, specifically ran in front of that truck in order to die. But his family was like, no, it's just not possible. Now, I've said this a few times, people have ended their own lives, even though everyone in their life swears up and down that there's no way they would ever do that. A lot of people are in some kind of denial because they don't want to accept it, that it happened. Totally understandable. But that being said, Jared Allgood did not kill himself. Not deliberately or intentionally. According to Jared's roommate, Jared had been having issues with sleepwalking. He had this problem when he was a child as well, but it seemed to resurface later on in his adult life. Some doctors think it was because of all the athletics he did. But the roommate said that Jared had told him about this reoccurring dream he's been having. That Jared is in this dream running, specifically racing against a car. So he's on foot running, trying to match the speed of the car. That's what's happening in his dreams. The roommate witnessed the sleepwalking sometimes. Jared's eyes would be wide open. And then police would find out that witnesses saw Jared. Jared actually ran almost a full mile from his apartment. He was seen weaving in and out between parked cars. And managed to get an hour before he then just all of a sudden ran directly into the semi-truck. According to Jared's therapists and doctors, Jared gave no indication of wanting to end his own life. In fact, he was doing really, really well. And sleep experts determined that basically because of those dreams he's having, it explains why he was literally chasing and running against cars. So his death was changed from suicide to the very first time in the history of Iowa that a person's death was attributed directly to sleepwalking. There was no proof or evidence he did it deliberately. To this day, research on sleepwalking is still ongoing. Nurses are supposed to protect, save, comfort, to heal. I guess she missed the memo. Hello, true crimers. Sorry. This is the case of Vicki Dawn Jackson. Viewer discretion is advised. Vicki Dawn Jackson was born in 1966 in the state of Texas. By 1989, she became a licensed vocational nurse, and she kind of bounced around from hospital to hospital for about a decade. But by the year 2000, she found work at the Nakoma General Hospital in Nakoma, Texas. Well, over the course of about 2 months, from December of 2000 to about February of 2001, elderly patients of hers just started to drop dead. Not just 1 or 2, but 10. Donna Alice Jennings, Sanford Ray Mitchell, James Wesley Gore, Jimmy Ray Holder, Dorothy Jean Vandenberg, J.T. Nichols, John Walter Williams, Omo Ovella Glenn Weiler, Orville Lee Moore Jr., and Everett E. Jackson. They ranged from age 65 to 100. All 10 of those patients were under Vicki's care. All 10 of them were all considered to be in relatively good health, certainly not on the brink of death. Well, around the same time, one of the pharmacists at the hospital would report that a high amount of a substance called Mivacron was stolen. Or more specifically, there was a large discrepancy in this medication being taken out of the system. Coincidentally, all 10 of those patients had Mivacron in their system. There was actually 10 more patients that had high doses of Mivacron in their system that did not die. All, again, under the care of Vicki Dawn Jackson. The hospital began an investigation and they realized that all those patients were under her care and the Mivacron all seemed to go missing while she was on shift. So initially they fired her and then she went and got a job at a grocery store. But then when the Texas Rangers and the FBI became involved in this, once they realized these patients were actually killed by lethal doses of Mivacron, they would arrest Vicki Dawn Jackson because she was the only person with connections to all of the patients and the Mivacron going missing. She was initially charged with 4 counts of capital murder. Her first trial ended in a mistrial because of prosecutorial misconduct, basically. And then for her second trial, she was now charged with 10 counts of capital murder, in which Vicki was found guilty. They speculate she did it because she was angry that the patients were too demanding of her. Plus, she had recently gone through a divorce. She was in a big custody battle with the kids. She was sentenced to life, eligible for parole when she's 76. It would be running bathwater that would link a man to 2 murders. Hello, true crimerers. This is the case of the Vincennes University murders. Viewer discretion is advised. Pictured here was 19-year-old Brooke Baker. In 1997, she was attending Vincennes University in Indiana. She was described as a kind and cheerful person who had a really great future ahead of her. But on September 7th, 1997, her own brother would discover her murdered body inside the house she was living in. Brooke had been stabbed many times. There was evidence that she had been tied up, and there was also evidence that she was sexually assaulted. In her bathroom, they found that the bathtub was on, it was running. Inside the bathtub were towels and a couple other items. They believed the killer put them in there to clean them off. They also found the murder weapon, the knife, inside the kitchen sink. It had been totally cleaned. There was DNA found on Brooke's body, male bodily fluid, but they were not able to link it to anyone at that time, and her case would go cold. Pictured here was 21-year-old Vincennes University student, Erica Norman. Erica lived here in this apartment building in Indiana. On July 4th, 1999, 2 years after Brooke's murder, Erica was last seen leaving a restaurant with a man named Brian Jones, and then she was never seen again. So Erica was reported missing, and when police would go to her apartment, they found a very bloody crime scene. But there was no body there. But there was evidence that something horrific took place in that apartment. About 2 weeks or so later, Erica's body was found dumped in a cornfield. She also had been stabbed to death and sexually assaulted. There was also DNA left behind on her. Now, interestingly enough, when police initially went to her apartment, Erica's, they discovered that her bathtub was running. There was a couch cushion in the bathtub. Clearly, someone was trying to clean it off. And that's how they realized, well, this is very, very similar to Brooks' murder a couple years ago. So police wanted to talk to the man that was last seen with Erica Norman, and his name was Brian Jones. He was incredibly cooperative with police. He even willingly offered his DNA. He gave them the clothes he was wearing when Erica first disappeared the night he was with her. I don't know if he understands how science works, but his DNA was a match. A perfect match to the DNA found on Erica's body. So they were curious and they ran it against the DNA found on Brooke Baker's body. Also, a match, 100%. So he was charged with both of their murders. He pled guilty to Erica's murder and got 60 years. He went to trial for Brooks' murder and got life plus 20 years without the possibility of parole. The durable and unkillable Mike Malloy would die in one of the worst deaths imaginable. Viewer discretion is advised. This tale begins in January of 1933. 59-year-old Michael Malloy, whose photo I do not have, he was homeless and he was an alcoholic. But he did have some friends. These so-called friends managed to take out a life insurance policy on Mike Malloy. If Mike died accidentally, they would be rewarded $3,500. Whoa! They would take Mike Malloy to a speakeasy that was owned by one of those men, Tony Marino. They gave Mike an unlimited tab, and their goal was to get him to drink, and die of alcohol poisoning. And Mike drank a lot. But it didn't seem to affect him at all. Tony Marino got impatient, and so he swapped out one of the bottles of beer with a bottle of antifreeze and said, "Here you go, Mike, drink up." And he did. And he drank a lot of antifreeze. Didn't affect him. Still didn't die. Why? Because he had drinking so much alcohol. Ethylene glycol is essentially a treatment for antifreeze poisoning. So these guys are like, fuck! They then added turpentine to his drinks. Nothing happened to him. Next, they tried some sort of horse medicine. Then rat poison. Tony Marino got more impatient because Mike was still kicking it. So he started giving Mike straight up shots of wood alcohol, which is pure methanol. But because Mike was drinking so much regular alcohol, this it counteracted. Next, they tried giving Mike Roy oysters that were doused in wood alcohol. Nothing. Then they tried giving him a sardine sandwich where they added rat poison and literal fucking tacks to the sandwich. He ate it. Nothing. Down the road, they would call Mike Malloy the durable Mike Malloy or the unkillable Mike Malloy. But the four men weren't done trying. They got him severely drunk and he passed out. They then took him to the woods and dumped him out there in the snow, and it was freezing. They then dumped water all over him to speed up the freezing. Not too soon after, Mike Malloy shows back up at the speakeasy. They then ran him over with a taxi. This time they're like, we're fucking doing it. It fucking didn't work. They hit him at 45 miles per hour. They broke a whole bunch of bones. He was in the hospital for 3 weeks. They thought he was dead, so they tried to collect the insurance policy. When they found out, nope, he's still alive. Then in February of 1933, they went into Mike Malloy's room. You probably can't see it, but there's a gas pipe here on the side. They hooked a hose to it, and they shoved that hose down his throat. I guess it was coal gas, and it went straight down his throat and into his body. They pumped that gas into his body for an hour. By the way, how they didn't get caught all the other times, I'm not sure. But after that hour of pumping gas into him, the durable and unkillable Mike Malloy died. He didn't know he was being tortured by his so-called friends. I guess he didn't know that they were the ones to run him over with a car. They tried killing that man for 1.5 to 2 months. Because of how much alcohol he consumed, it's likely he wasn't even feeling anything. I mean, the guy swallowed tacks, rat poison, horse medication, antifreeze. He was thrown out in a frozen field with water dumped on him in freezing cold temperature. And it was finally gas that killed him. The men tried to collect on the insurance policy, but they got caught because they had tried to collect the insurance policy prior The local authorities began to think something was up. No shit. So they would arrest 5 total men. One of them was a doctor, Tony Marino, Joseph Murphy, Francis Pasqua, Hershey Green, and Daniel Kreisberg. Marino and Pasqua, Daniel Kreisberg, and Hershey Green, they were all sentenced to death. And all 4 of them were executed by the electric chair. I'm not 100% sure what happened to the doctor, but he did not get the death sentence. Mike Malloy, the man who almost refused to perish. If this was modern day and there was like an autopsy done, the toxicology report would probably just explode their computers. This poor guy had no idea he was being brutally and slowly murdered by his own friends. One of the craziest stories I've ever heard. A man was killed by a robot that mistook him as a box in one of the worst deaths imaginable. Viewer discretion is advised. This story is from South Korea, and it apparently happened very, very recently here in 2023. The incident happened at a vegetable packing plant in South Korea, and the victim was a man in his 40s. Now, at this factory, they work with these robotic arms. I'm not sure if this is the exact type, but it's something similar. And these things are incredibly powerful. They're very, very strong. But apparently it helps them, pack up the boxes. Well, as the worker was working next to one of these machines, it all of a sudden hovered over him and then it grabbed him. They are programmed to pick up boxes, so they believe that for some reason, this machine mistook him for a box, for a cardboard box. The machine then basically slammed him into the conveyor belt where the boxes were being, run on. And it began to press him against the conveyor belt. And the compression was so strong that his face and his chest were crushed by this machine. And the craziest part is that he was alive for all of it. He had been crushed into the metal rungs of this conveyor belt, like pressed by the force of this robotic arm, destroying his face and his chest. And when, medical services arrived, they were able to rush him to the hospital where he was then later pronounced dead. And so sadly, that meant he felt the entire experience. I can't even begin to imagine how painful that had to have been. They are still investigating what happened. I do know that the man was not employed by the plant itself, but he was employed by the people who make the robotics. And he was there to test whether or not these machines were working properly, ironically enough. So they don't know yet if the man was perhaps maybe holding a cardboard box, maybe above his head or something like that, or if the machine just genuinely malfunctioned and just grabbed him directly. But it's just like knowing that they can do that they can just grab you and do that kind of thing, that makes me hesitate to ever want to work somewhere next to something like this. I mean, that's terrifying. If you're claustrophobic like me, you probably hate stories like this. Hello, true crimerers. This is another worst deaths imaginable. Viewer discretion is advised. It was August of 2020 in Scottsdale, Arizona. It was at the El Dorado Aquatic and Fitness Center. At approximately 12:30, somebody hears the muffled screams coming from this general area, so they call police. When police arrive, they hear the screaming, but they can't exactly pinpoint where it's coming from. It takes them about 20 to 30 minutes to finally narrow down that the screams were coming from inside a very narrow metal support pipe that was holding up the water slide. Specifically, this one, and this is after it was removed. It's about 24 inches in diameter, and there was a man stuck inside. A 31-year-old man who I guess was known to be homeless had broke into the water park area. He managed to climb inside the support pipe, and when he did, he just slid down until he stopped. And we're talking like he scraped himself down the side of this pipe. It is extremely narrow, not meant for people to be in. He basically had compressed himself within this pipe. He couldn't wiggle his fingers or his toes. His chest could barely move outwards in order to properly breathe. Because he was in a metal pipe, when he was calling for help, it acted like a megaphone, so that's why they had a hard time following where the sound was coming from exactly. They also had to be extremely careful because now they have to find a way of cutting this guy out. They couldn't risk cutting him, not knowing exactly where in the pipe he was, because, I mean, he is like skin to pipe, like he is in it. And for the next hour and a half to 2 hours, he was communicating with them the best he could. His breathing was extremely labored, and it was pitch dark. He couldn't see a thing. Couldn't move a centimeter. And slowly, over that hour and a half to 2 hours, he just slowly began to fade away. And after that 2 hours, he stopped responding to the officers. The 31-year-old man had died after being stuck in a dark, narrow pipe for probably 2.5 hours or so, maybe longer, in what to me is just like the worst nightmare possible. He finally died from it. So it took them an additional 4-ish hours to even remove him from the pipe, even after he was gone. That's how wedged in he was. That's how tight he was in there. That it took them a lot of time, a lot of effort just to get his body out of it. Like, imagine being stuck in that tiny pipe for 2.5 hours. I mean, you might as well be buried alive. It's just horrendous. So please don't do this, okay? Being trapped in an elevator is probably one of my worst fears, and it's probably also one of the worst deaths imaginable. Viewer discretion is advised. This particular story happened in this building in China back in 2016. Around March 1st of 2016, 2 maintenance workers would enter the building and they would go to begin work on an elevator they had shut off about a month prior on January 30th. The elevator had been stuck between the 10th and 11th floor, apparently. Back on January 30th, they pounded on the door and they screamed and they got no response, so they just powered off the whole thing. And then a month later, on March 1st, they open up that elevator and there is a body inside. The body had been in a state of decomposition. Most frighteningly of all, there were scratches on the inside of the elevator. This person, which would later be identified as a woman who lived in that apartment building, had clearly been trying to scratch her way out, anything she could do to get out. The odd thing is that nobody in this apartment building ever heard any unusual noises coming from the elevator, and this was a month. She had to have been in the elevator when the maintenance people shut it off back on January 30th. There was no power to the elevator, so that means it was a very dark and very small space. I have a panic attack if the elevator door doesn't open immediately when I get to my floor. I can't imagine being in an elevator and the door never opening. And not to mention, all of the lights are off. I believe she died either from dehydration or from starving to death, or both. So she was in that elevator alive for at least probably a couple of days before she died, if not possibly longer. But judging by the fact that nobody heard screams or pounding or anything, she likely died fairly quick into that month. She lived alone in that apartment building. I guess she had mental health issues. She did not see her family that often. And quite honestly, nobody looked for her. No one looked for this woman. Nobody noticed she was just gone. And that's also really, really sad. She is in this dark, tiny space, suffering, and she's scratching at the walls, trying to get out. She can't see anything. No one's hearing her. She's starving. She's dehydrated. She is just slowly dying in this horrible manner, in what is many people's worst nightmares. It's basically like being buried alive in just a slightly bigger coffin. I know that the maintenance workers were eventually charged with some form of manslaughter, but I don't know the outcome of that, because they should have looked in the elevator before they shut it off. Most of the women vanished on a Wednesday evening. Hello, true crimerers. This is another Global Cold Cases, and this is the case of the Wednesday Strangler. Viewer discretion is advised. This case happened primarily in the Saga Prefecture in Japan, and it occurred between 1975 and 1989. In August of 1975, a 12-year-old girl would go missing, and she was last seen by a phone booth. This happened to be a Wednesday. Her remains were found 5 years later in 1980. In April of 1980, and this is the only one to occur on a day other than Wednesday, a 20-year-old woman goes missing in Shiroishi. She is found 2 months later dead in a bathroom stall. On a Wednesday in October of 1981, also in Shiroishi, a 27-year-old woman goes missing. Her body is found about 3 weeks later in Nakabaru. On a Wednesday in February of 1982, an 11-year-old girl goes missing, but only briefly. Her body is found fairly quickly. She had been strangled to death. This is a composite drawing they did of a man who I guess was seen near some of these women. And because so far all of the women except for one had gone missing on a Wednesday, and so far all of them had been found either strangled to death or it was undetermined because they were skeletal remains, they nicknamed him the Wednesday Strangler. But it wasn't just those 4 victims. On January 27th, 1989, the bodies of 3 more victims were found. The victims were 48 years old, 50 years old, and 37. All 3 of those women had gone missing on different days, but they were all on a Wednesday. One of them vanished in 1987, the next 1988, and then the last one in 1989. And they all vanished from the Kittigata area. It was determined that 2 of the 3 had been killed by strangulation. The third one they couldn't tell because she was primarily just skeletal remains. So they had 7 total victims, killed apparently by this man, the Wednesday Strangler. 5 out of the 7 they can confirm were strangled. 6 out of the 7 were kidnapped on a Wednesday, but discarded all over the place. In November of 1989, they actually made an arrest in this case because a man who was in jail for a completely unrelated crime supposedly confessed to being the Wednesday Strangler. However, it was later determined that his confession was coerced. There was also no physical evidence connecting him to the crime, including DNA, which they did have. And so the case went unsolved. And the craziest part is that in Japan, they have a statute of limitations even on murder, which means that even if they discover who the killer is, apparently they can go free. But it would still be nice to know exactly who it is if they're still alive.